traps, setbacks, all can come back.
Pick up on the fact.
Take in stride.
Love and devotion.
Don't confide.
In the tracks of lost emotion.
Let it ride.
It's going to subside.
Oh,
She stole my heart, but it's just a misdemeanor. You got to get over it.
He loved her from the start. What you gonna do?
When I think I'm in love and I catch my girl doing me wrong.
Too bad.
It's just another setback in his life.
Like when you get your first ticket for illegal parking.
But don't you know?
It's no big deal.
Take it slow.
She's not for real.
Let it go.
Find a new appeal. She stole my heart, but it's just a misdemeanor.
You got to get over
Oh,
it.
he loved her from the start. Love traps, setbacks, all can come
Pick
back.
up on the fact.
Take in stride.
Love and devotion.
Don't confide.
In the tracks of lost emotion.
Let it ride.
It's going to subside. She stole my heart, but it's just a misdemeanor.
You got to get
Oh,
over
he
it.
loved her from the start. What you gonna do?
When I can't let her go, and my friends all tell me when I'm playing the fool.
Too bad.
She makes me feel so out of place.
Like when you run a red light and find yourself pulling over.
But don't you know?
It's no big deal.
Take it slow.
She's not for real.
Let it go.
Find a new appeal. She stole my heart, but it's just a misdemeanor.
You got to get over
He
it.
loved her from the start.
You're what I need.
It's just a misdemeanor.
You got to get over
He
it.
loved her from the start.
You're what I need.
Oh, she stole his heart.
It's just a misdemeanor.
You got to get over
Oh, he loved her from the start.
it. You're what I need.
Oh, she stole his heart.
It's just a misdemeanor.
You got to get
Oh,
over
he
it.
loved her from the
You
start.
got to get over it.
Oh, she stole his heart.
It's just a misdemeanor.
You got to get over it.
But it's just a misdemeanor.
You got to get
Oh,
over
he
it.
loved her from the start.
You're what I need.
Oh, she stole his heart.
It's just a misdemeanor.
You got to get
Oh,
over
he
it.
loved her from the start.
You're what I need.
Oh, she stole his heart.
It's just a misdemeanor.
You got to get
Oh,
over
he
it.
loved her from the
You
start.
got to get over it.
Oh, she stole his heart.
It's just a misdemeanor.
You got to get over it.
Love traps, setbacks, all can come back. Oh, she stole his heart.
It's just a misdemeanor. Yeah.
Oh, he loved her from the start.
You're what I need.
Setbacks, all can come back. Oh, she stole his heart.
It's just a misdemeanor. You got to get
Oh, he loved her from the start.
You're what I need.
All can come back. Oh, she stole his heart.
It's just a misdemeanor.
You got to get
Oh,
over
he
it.
loved her from the start.
You're what I need.
It's just a misdemeanor. You got to get over it.
You're what I need.
In these dark times of dirty nightmares, you must ask yourself, have I got soul? Have I got soap? Well now, you can get both with Psychesoap. In this one place, there is a live show where we have fun, where we can let loose and speak the red pill and black pill truth. Where are we? Why, we're in the bucket with Psychesoap. Do-do-do, do-do-do, do-do-do. In the bucket with Soul Soap and Psychesoap. The same guy. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Hey! It is I! The mighty! The mighty! The mighty magical Psychesoap! Woo! Yeah! Sorry, I didn't mean to blow your ears out, but I'm myself! Woo! Yeah! And as always, you've not seen nothing like the mighty soap. Ba-doop-doop, soap is on the case. Do-do-do, about to give you a taste. Do-do-do, I'm kicking him in the nuts. And I mean N-A-D-S, not kick it in the net. Kick him in the nuts. Do-do-do. Make him go. Na-na-na-na. It's Psychesoap. In the bucket, party time! Excellent! Psychesoap! Woo! I'm back! I miss you guys! I miss you guys!
Oh, thank you, Mr. Monster. I think you're sweet.
Oh, oh, wasn't that cute? Oh.
Isn't that cute? But it's wrong!
Well, everything is working. Everything's working. We are in the bucket where, of course, we have fun, let loose, speak the red and even the black pill truth about different shit going on. Now, this show may offend even my ardent supporters and friends, but as promised, I don't really give a fuck, yeah. Hey! Don't make me get you! I'll be the big get you! You stop it! You shut! You! Oh, this freaking... You stupid peanut gallery, I hate you! You could feel the madness. You could feel the anger. Okay. Yo, big up to... You know who that is, and you know who you are. Oh, man. Yeah, dude. Hey, shit. Finally, we're here in this bucket. Man, what the fuck is going on with these planes and aviation in general these days? Who the Okay, don't answer that. I know who's getting into the aviation industry, and that's not good. That's no good. That is not good. And they're wrong. And you know these bridges don't fly. Big up the bridges don't fly. I miss you, guy. But, you know, what? Stop hiring that! Stop hiring them! Damn it! You know what I mean! Shut! You shut! You ever notice these disasters? That are like flying and aviation related. Planes can't take off. Planes can't fucking land. Planes can't basically just fucking fly. What is this shit, man? I mean, is this the year where they're like reporting more aviation accidents than usual? Because, bruh, the only damn thing we heard about planes back in the day is if one motherfucker was about to hijack it and do that one stuff. You know what I mean? You know exactly what I mean. But now, so far this month, that's all I've been fucking seeing. I mean, the DC crash, the Vince Neil plane, the Vince Neil Motley Crue guy, that dude, and then the Philly crash, that shit. And then there's a Toronto crash that I will be playing later on the show called Things That Make You Go.
Damn!
By Psychesoap. And this one is going to be the grittiest. And I know I always say it. I always say that is, yeah, It's the reemergence of the horror. It's gonna be the get you horror. The horror. The horror. It's a terrible impression of Marlon Brando from Apocalypse Now. I know. I mean, shit. But yeah, man, what the fuck? I know there's more. I mean, being that Boeing is making these planes, and damn, I used to think y'all was quality. Lockheed, Boeing, Northrop Grumman. I don't know who makes the planes anymore. I do know Boeing does, and I do know that Lockheed Martin still does. A lot of them have went to drones, which do stuff like this. I like that song. Psychesoap. Psychesoap. If I ever become one of those drone pilots, a chief warrant officer of that shit, you know what I'm saying? I'll be playing that song all the time when I go on a run. You know what I'm saying? That'll be the shit. Yeah.
Isn't that cute? But it's wrong!
Wait, bro. It is nothing cute about that shit. There's blood and guts and explosions and people die and stuff, Just like the things that make you go.
Damn!
Bye, Psyche. Now, you're here. Get on that like button, man. Get on the like button. Because there's some, undiscovered psychonauts out there. I need some more psychonauts. Yes, that's what we're going to... Psychonaut. Yes, my psychonauts. I was like astronaut and shit like that. Psychonauts out there. Because you're not Psychesoap. I'm Psychesoap. You shut. You're not Psychesoap. I'm Psychesoap. Yes, I'm talking behind an icon. I'm talking behind an avatar. Because I'm an axe murderer. This is my mask. I'm permanent hockey mask time. I'm for the horror. I'm the horror that comes ahead. Yeah! Man, Boeing, y'all better get y'all shit together, man. Oh, man. And in the other show, That is indeed the ruminations. And I need to start working on some more. I've been fucking up lately on that. I mean, I may be doing some book reviews in the next one because I have been reading some fucking bangers lately. There's this one called by Whitney Webb called One Nation Under Blackmail, volumes 1 and 2. 1 and 2. Now, if you want to know why Epstein, as True Sherm likes to call him, if Epstein, why he's terrible, why he was a terrible guy, And if you want to know why nobody, not even Trump, wants to release that black book, this book is the book for you. This book, there's only there's One Nation Under Blackmail, Volume 1 and Volume 2. This book is for you. It's a two-part book, and yes, it's available on audiobook. That book gets into Epstein's handlers, Epstein himself. It also gets into the Ghislaine Maxwell arc, or how she became who she was through her father, Robert Maxwell. Now, I'm not gonna, spoil it for you, but be sure you do. If you got Kindle, you got Kindle. If you want to get the hard book, get the hard book. If you want to get the paperback, get the paperback. If you want to do the audio book, get the audio book. And that's called One Nation Under Blackmail, Volumes 1 and 2. I'll be probably doing a book review for this one in one of my ruminations, and give you kind of a synopsis of what's going on with that. And then there's the 33 Strategies of War by Robert Greene. I know some of you guys are familiar with that, but there's two versions. For the longest time, I was listening to the abridged version of that book, and I was reading the abridged version from that book. But I just went and got the paperback of the unabridged book, and yeah, that's a lot of good. There's a lot of good things in that shit. And for those in the know, that there's this book, what it does, and if some of you are familiar to the 48 Laws of Power, or the book he did with 50 Cent, the 50th Law, then you'd be familiar with how this works. It takes Sun Tzu's Art of War, and then it also combines Karl von Clausewitz on war. His book On War, and then Sun Tzu's Art of War is combined into the 33 Strategies of War. To all my war fighters out there, to all my preppers out there, I highly, highly recommend that to you. Now, these these disasters, these plane disasters, these fucking wildfires from California. We had talked about that a few episodes back. But I do have something here that hopefully enlightens you as to why this shit is going on. Alright? So, what I'll go ahead and do is I'll add that to the stage for y'all. And then I'll, get into the more of the shout outs. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Make sure you've hit that like button on the way out. If you haven't subscribed to the soap, check to see if you're subscribed to the soap. And then also get a hold of my alternative channels. My new text. And this is where we'll have this show replayed and things that make you go damn! By Psychesoap on it. And also the ruminations, of course, that go like which is basically what gets you back to the content that I used to do. I used to do guided meditations to start with. Guided meditations for men who go their own way. And, my hat's off to those that are really leveling up and maintaining and being go-getters out there. Getting yourself leveled up. And, dare I say this, live your best life. And that's what that's for. And for those that miss my meditations, ruminations is where I get into that mode. But we're here in the bucket, baby, where we have fun, let loose, and speak the red pill, goddamn goddamn truth. You're in the bucket. Do-do-do. Psychesoap. Do-do-do-do. Ba-do-do-do. Ba-do-do-do-do. Psychesoap. Do-do-do-do-do. Ba-do-do-do. Ooh. I got some stuff I want to tell y'all. Ooh. Ooh, I'm gonna be the get you. I'm gonna be the big get you. I'm the biggest get you in the history of the get you. Now, we're gonna show you this thing. Hey, yo, big up to Cold Fusion for showing this. I'm not usually one to like play other people's contents. I usually put up a lot of articles and we'll go through that, react to it, and all of that shit. But this one kind of piqued my interest, especially with those wildfires that are going on. So if you haven't seen this, welcome. And if you have, hey, bear with me. I'm going to give you Soap's take on this shit right here. On this shit right here. Ooh, I'm gonna tear it on the mountain, boy. I'm gonna tear it on the mountain.
Road, you fool. How long have you been in the monster business?
All my life, Doc. It's the only line of work I know.
Yes, I have been in the monster business. Okay, so we're gonna play this shit, see where it goes. You better not leave. If you leave, you are yay!
Isn't that cute? But it's wrong!
So don't you leave the Psychesoap show. And don't forget another thing too. While the show's going on, bring Soap the homies. Soap need homies. Soap need homies for my show. I need homies. Please. Baby, baby, please. Okay. Enough of that shit. Oh, I didn't know it was Nina Simone's birthday. Anyway, keep going. Well, I guess that was here's to Nina Simone. Shit, I guess. I mean, I do like that song that she did for Porgy and Bess. That shit is smooth, and I do kind of like her version of "Oh Lord, please don't let me be misunderstood." But she does it in a different way. It's kind of nice. I mean, I'd like to say Lauryn Hill was kind of like sort of, a reincarnation of Nina Simone. But Nina Simone wasn't all that good. Alright? I don't mean music-wise, but as a person. But anyway, let me get into this one right here. And this is more or less about the California wildfires. And I'm going to get into a little more of that. Y'all stick right here with the In the Bucket Show. Yeah! Man, not go nowhere, nigga. I'm watching you. I got your IPs and shit. I got the NSA on your... Nah, no, I don't. No, I don't. No, the fuck I don't. That would be messed up. I would not want that happening. Damn it, Hammer! I just seen motherfucking... Hammer! You stop! You stop! Damn it, Hammer! You know I'm in the bucket on the... Never mind, let's go.
Meet the Resnicks, a billionaire couple who controls more water than LA uses in an entire year. Think about that. 3.8 million people showering, drinking, and flushing all of that water, and yet two people, the Resnicks, use more water than all of them combined. So who are they? Well, long story short, they're the world's second richest farm owners. The amount of land the Resnicks own is baffling. For context, by 2024, they owned so much land that it amounted to 4 times the size of San Francisco. Mind-boggling how just 2 people could own all of that. Their names haven't been in the headlines until now. With the recent events of the California wildfires, people now think that their thirst for power and profits may have contributed to the disaster. The media defends them, the Resnicks cry a conspiracy, and the public demands answers. This episode started off as research into how the Resnicks were connected to the wildfires, but it turned into something much greater. A story of state betrayal, political favors, secret deals, and a plot against Iran.
What the fuck?
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
Whoa. What the fuck? Iran's involved? Ooh. What? What the fuck? What is that about? Wait. Whoa. Wait a minute. Wait. Am I there? Am my audio selling? Okay, I'm not. I'm in here. Okay, go back to this. What the fuck? Like Swedish Chef from the Muppets. Say, work the work the school the. See, that's when I'm in puddle Muppet mode. I'm gonna have to get back into this shit. Let's see what happened here. What the fuck does Iran got to do with this? Oh man. Okay. Remember when I was covering the wildfires back, 2 or 3 shows ago, when it was happening and everything? Now, I told you about the movie Chinatown. This is the one that Jack Nicholson is in, and it was related to the California water wars. And what we're probably looking at is California water wars 4.0, because there have been a lot of bad business deals being made as to how to get the water to the San Fernando Valley, to Los Angeles, and things like that. But this ugly creature that reared its ugly head in the form of these water wars is a part of why California got into the mess that it gotten into. You know? And for those that, want to know how it used to be, get a brief glimpse. I mean, they fictionalize it and everything. This is this movie with Faye Dunaway and Jack Nicholson. Watch Chinatown, a 1972 movie. Or if you want to look at the Terry Mulholland documentary, Mulholland Drive, that's the Mulholland, Terry Mulholland, that is who it's named after, right? And the Water Wars was involved. That's an important name because this is where the Water Wars come from. But the rights have been, transferred to many different businesses throughout the years. And what we're looking at is the latest regime that is in control of these waters. This is why Trump had to go through all that fucking red tape to get water to the fire hydrants. So let's check this out a little more. Let's see what's going on here.
Thanks to their pistachio, almond, and citrus empire, the Resnicks are now worth a combined $13 billion. And this proves that in fact, sometimes, money does grow on trees. You've likely heard of some of the Resnicks products before. Does Fiji water ring a bell? Soils around 4 times the size of San Francisco, all of those crops don't grow by themselves. They need water, and a lot of it. In 2016, their company, called the Wonderful Company, used more water on their 15 million trees than any other family, farm, or company in California. But here's the thing, as we all know, California famously has had a lot of droughts since the 1980s, and under state water law, urban areas are prioritized during those droughts. So it begs the question, how, in these conditions, were the Resnicks able to grow and expand hundreds of thousands of acres of water-guzzling crops? Here's a clue. It wasn't in a good way. They manipulated California law into doing their bidding, and this allowed them to access more water than every household in LA combined. In fact, more than anyone in the West. The question isn't just how they did it, but why, in the 30 years since it all went down, has no one done anything about it? But we'll get to all of that a bit later. For now, we must know how it all started. Stuart Resnick is the richest farmer in America, but he wasn't born into farming, nor does he live on a farm. Born in 1936 in New Jersey, and the son of a bar owner with a chronic gambling problem, Stuart grew up in an imperfect household. But despite this, he did manage to study law at UCLA, and to pay for it, Stuart started a janitorial business, and this was followed by a security alarm business. And this is where he met and married Linda, an advertising executive. Together, they were unstoppable and demonstrated a real talent for buying and flipping businesses, and that made them millions. Some of these businesses include Terra Flora, a flower delivery service, Franklin Mint, which sold fake copies of the pearl necklaces John F. Kennedy's wife would wear, and also, since 2004, Fiji Water. Meanwhile, American oil companies were desperate to offload land on top of their oil reserves, and they were giving it away for cheap in places like Kern County, California. The Resnicks, seeing the opportunity, started buying acres upon acres of this land, mostly as a hedge against inflation. In the 1990s, the Resnicks became actively involved in California's water infrastructure process to keep the water flowing into their land. By 2008, their orchards became the largest acreage of tree crops worldwide, and by 2024, they owned so much land, 185,000 acres, that you could drive for hours and still not pass through it all. Before we continue down the rabbit hole of the Resnick's many ethical shortcomings, Linda Resnick needs a mention for her ability to turn mundane products into global sensations. Before Linda Resnick, only 4% of Americans had ever tried a pomegranate. As they were growing pomegranate crops, Linda got to work marketing pomegranates as a magical elixir, launching POM Wonderful Juice. She funded studies on their effects on bacteria, memory, and cognition. The FTC was not impressed. In a similar vein, Linda rebranded Fiji water into an exotic celebrity drink, quote, untouched by man. Her marketing increased sales almost overnight to make it the largest imported bottled water brand in the US. And this is despite draining Fijian aquifers to bottle and sell their water, leaving some Fijian locals without a safe water supply. But now we get into the deep conspiracy. If you're wondering what flour deliveries and a crop producer has anything to do with Iran, bear with me. I'm going to walk you through how this relates to this.
One billionaire couple owns a massive share of the state's water system, seized in a series of secretive meetings 2 decades ago. That system was largely paid for by the very taxpayers whose water these billionaires hold hostage.
Before pistachios looked like this, they once looked like this. And the most delicious of them was imported from Iran. When the US embassy was stormed during the Iranian Revolution, then President Jimmy Carter blocked all goods from Iran, which included pistachios. The Resnicks saw an opportunity. They could cash in on the Iranian pistachio ban. In 1989, they began growing and harvesting their own, and within 10 years, their sales surpassed $1 billion, and they became the world's largest producer of pistachios, and also almonds. Their pistachio empire was built on Iranian sanctions, and if Iranian-US relations improved, their pistachios might lose their edge. So to stop this from happening, they pumped their newfound wealth into think tanks, such as the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, and this was to make sure that there was heavy lobbying to keep the sanctions against Iran. Of course, in the public...
Now, be wary of these think tanks. Be wary of these special interest groups. I want you to look a little further into these groups, whether it be the AJC, the Washington Institute on Near East Policy, and others that they do mention. Oh, and how about this company? Wonderful. Wonderful. Yes. The same Wonderful that makes the little halo oranges. The same Wonderful that makes those little pistachios. Pistachios. Pistachios? Okay, that's how it's... Yeah, whatever. Now, this is what you want to key in on. You know? The companies that the Resnicks are looking for. When it comes to farmland, I got a little assignment for you guys. Do a little homework on this. The Resnicks and their relationship to Bill Gates and his land buying efforts within the past 10 to 15 years. And then report back here to Psychesoap headquarters, y'all. Because it looked like some dark dealings are going on. This kind of reminds me of the United Fruit Company, Guatemala, and what the Dulles brothers were able to do with it. Keep in mind of this, because the 2.0 or the upgrade to that is what's going on right now. Take a look at RFK and how he deals with this. He's in there now. Take a look at what he's up to when looking at this. All right? I'm going to keep it going.
Lobbying to keep the sanctions against Iran. Of course, in the public eye, they tried to keep an arm's length. This shows you the depths they were willing to go through. But it doesn't stop there. Together, Stuart and Linda weren't afraid to pursue aggressive tactics to get what they wanted. Once they threatened their neighbours over bees simply just flying past the new seedless mandarin orchards, they demanded that the bees alter their flight path, or the neighbours would be sued for trespassing. I guess we get to see Stuart's law degree at work. But this pales in comparison to what's next. Perhaps the most aggressive of all was a secret meeting in 1994 that would change California forever.
Now this is indeed the most important part. Want you to key in on that. And, note what we're trying to do here. You guys are psychonauts. And I would like for you to launch operations into these companies. All right? I kind of feel bad because I'm on YouTube doing this when I should be on a new tech doing this. Because they're looking at us too. This is only a surface debriefing. You want to get further into this? Hit me up. I'm on Discord. I'm on Telegram. And if you are on some bot type shit, trying to infiltrate Psychesoap, I can tell you'll be gone. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we don't want no half-ass perpetrator type of dudes on this. You know, this is the part where you become your own intelligence person when it comes to shit like this. Oh well, I mean, we can oversimplify it, and that's okay, because that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to oversimplify this whole thing. I'm not going to get too deep into this shit. Alright? That's for the other shows. Now, key into how they're dealing with each other.
Here's what happened. A secret meeting in Monterey Bay, a water deal that defied logic, and a billionaire couple rewriting California's water laws in their favor. California's water laws have always been first come, first served. Those who came first and were established had senior water rights, and those who came last had junior water rights. Senior water right holders were the last to be restricted in a drought. The Resnicks, though, thought that this system was rigged against them. With every new drought, their luxury crops were on the line, as was their lifestyle. In 1994, Stewart and a group of state water officials, water infrastructure contractors, and agricultural landowners convened in a hotel in Monterey Bay. There they sat in secrecy and would discuss. They came up with an argument for their case to the Department of Water Resources. They claimed that the state was failing at its water delivery obligations. So they offered a solution: transfer the Kern Bank underground aquifer, which can store 500 billion gallons of water, to 5 public water districts, and Westside Mutual Water Company, which was owned by Mr. Stuart Resnick himself. The Kern Water Bank was built in the mid-80s on the Resnick's land and was funded with $74 million of taxpayer money. It was designed to be like a savings water account. In wetter years, surplus water could be added, and in droughts, the water could be withdrawn and delivered to places in need. Stewart and Co. rewrote California's water laws without any input from taxpayers or legislators. To this day, we really don't know why this all happened. But what we do know is the Resnicks came out of this owning a 58% stake in the Kern Water Bank. This was great for the two agricultural billionaires living in...
Yes, because it was a mere business deal to them. It was a mere business deal to them. You know? And that was pretty much their orientation, presentation, if you will, as to how to get into this industry, or how to expand this industry to be of help to American political interests. So, you know, keep your eyes open. You know, you with Psychesoap now, I got you.
Aspen in Beverly Hills. But It was devastating for the people of California, who now found themselves in a new kind of drought, one that didn't just dry their crops, but their wallets, and trust in government too. As part of the deal, in return, the Resnicks would forfeit their state water contracts and junior water rights. It was an insane offer, because with an underground aquifer, who would need state water? Stuart Resnick also asked to trade billions of gallons of water for non-existent paper water. After many days...
Wow. Wow. You remember, like, back in the days, right? When it used to be paper oil? Okay. Let's give it a few upgrades on down the line. Paper water. Weird, isn't it? Weird as fuck. I know. Oh, come on, really? Oh, fuck. Peanut gallery, why now? Oh, you want me to stop waffling and keep playing the video, right? Like, okay, we'll do it, fuck.
Days of meetings, state took the bait and agreed to one of the worst deals in California history. The people of California now had to pay a private company for water that was once theirs. Well, at least agriculture is good for the economy, right? Well, not exactly. Agriculture uses 80% of California's water, but only represents 2% of California GDP. Over the next few years, the Resnicks doubled their land holdings, pocketed millions selling water back to the state at premium rates, and wielded political connections to secure their hold on the unconstitutional rip-off deal. Of course, to keep the water, and by proxy, money flowing, the Resnicks regularly donated six-figure sums to a plethora of California governors, and became the top donors of the University of California, funding ecological studies on water management in order to tell the story that they wanted to tell. Converting people's water into products that most can't afford is ethically questionable, but their absolute domination is something to behold. In 2023, urban water systems received just 5% of the water that they needed from the state. Meanwhile, the Resnicks used over 1 billion gallons of water for their pomegranates, almonds, and pistachios. And they're particularly water intensive.
Keep in mind, yo, again, that's another one. The Resnicks used over 1 billion gallons of water for their pomegranates, almonds, and pistachios. Right? All it takes is a visit to your nearest supermarket. See, that's strange, but it makes sense. Here's why. These are mere resources. I mean, this can also have an undercurrent of deception. All right? Wars are based on deception. Okay? This was already, lined out. This was already mapped out in The Art of War from Sun Tzu. Yes. With that in mind, these wars are based on resources. This is just a mere company with resources. And looking at the paper water comment, you might as well put air quotes on paper water. There's resources that they can go to war over. War arising from this. All right? Wow. This is a secret mission waiting to happen if it hadn't happened already. We're probably left in the dust. They're probably getting the 11th point out of the 14-point checklist that they have by using the third option. And guess who the third option is now defending? It sounds strange, but come on to this journey with me. This is another resource to be protected. Okay, in Orange Man's first term, in Orange Man's first term, there was energy independence. Did you hear this? Did you hear this? This phrase bandied about the whole time he was in office? I sure as hell did. Energy independence. I was hearing that before he got into this. Before Trump was elected. You know, this was said way back in the day when Obama was president. You know, because the petrodollar was starting to lose its favor. And now this nation has another resource, viable resource, that can be, for lack of better words, held hostage. Right? This is our nation's spoils of war. Alright? But, you know, I'm waffling. I'm just talking. Oh shit.
And pistachios. And they're particularly water intensive. One single almond requires up to 1.1 gallons to produce. And it goes on. According to a NASA expert, the ground of the San Joaquin Valley is sinking due to excessive groundwater pumping, and Kern County was one of the most affected regions. 2025 introduced a new chapter into the Resnick's controversial legacy.
California's famed coastline, flattened and charred. The scale of this disaster hard to comprehend.
Pretty devastating. I don't think LA's seen anything like this before.
I hope in the future we can find a way to maybe even better prepare or to prevent this from ever happening again.
During the LA wildfires, anger towards the Resnicks hit a fever pitch, with many accusing the couple of hoarding water, and in turn, exacerbating the fires. The Resnicks call this a, quote, viral conspiracy, insisting that they have nothing to do with the water supply to Los Angeles. And according to them, they use less than 1% of California's water in their agricultural business. So, did the Resnicks' practices have any impact on the fires? Experts are divided. While California's wildfires are mainly caused by hotter and drier conditions, some argue that the Resnicks' monopoly over water has made the state more vulnerable to drought.
They siphon taxpayer dollars into the company town charter schools they own, set up to train children to work for their farms. And of course, like any company of this size, they exploit their workers. We need to treat water for what it is, a necessary public resource, a human right, and something that shouldn't be owned by anyone, and work towards legislative change that stops people like the Resnicks from stealing it.
Others, however, insist that wildfire prevention policies, not agriculture, are the real problem.
But the $101 million that they did cut in 2024, here's where it went. And the question I got is, where's the $46 million? Because they account for $28 million that was cut from wildfire resilience efforts by state conservancies. $12 million was from a home hardening experiment for wildfire protection.
What do you think about this, Wind?
That's what happens. Wildfires happen when you build your city in a desert.
Yeah, you're right. But I'm thinking that this would be layer one of this onion.
Right,
now that we peeled back that skin, there's more.
Yeah, it's so that's layer one. So we got layer one. See if we can come out. See if we can dissect more layers, because there's more layers to this onion. There's more layers to this onion than what you and I and that freaking article is saying. Let's see. We got the Resnicks basically being told that they're hoarding water. See, the thing is, we're talking about the wildfires, right?
Yeah. I'm thinking it's a coded speak for scorched earth. This is renewing an economic area for the Resnicks to use to turn that paper water into actual living water. I don't know.
Look,
Maybe I'm off
let
base
me
with that, but
let me
go ahead.
explain to you something. So it's like saying that when America said when people had to turn in their gold and their silver and their precious metals to get paper money, right? It only lasts for about until we run out of gold.
Same with oil, especially with the past petroleum wars that we have had with this nation, and now
Mm.
water is the new resource. You've talked about gold. That harkens me back to the 30s. You talked
Hmm.
about oil. That harkens me back to the 70s through the 90s.
So the question is who's fighting over the water?
Exactly.
Who do you think is coming over here to fight for the water? It has to be someplace. Has to be a place where there is no water or there is not much water.
Hence
Because
the desert that you're talking about. The desert that you're talking about. They are
so
trying to create water out of that.
see, the thing is like when you create water out of that and you put water where there's normally not water, the ground typically we learned this in Dubai. It was right where they cloud seeded Dubai. It flooded everything.
Yeah, that's usually the next thing that happens after a wildfire. Because when the water table gets renewed, the water cycle gets renewed, all of that, condensation turns into rainwater
And then
and
it has
shit
to go
like that.
somewhere. It has
Yeah.
to go somewhere.
Creating a new a new aqueduct, if that makes any sense to you, man. But there's more to this
So,
shit.
first things foremost is like first things foremost. You got to ask yourself, why did State Farm cancel their? Why did when some insurance companies cancel their fire insurance? That's the question you got to ask. Why did some insurance companies cancel their fire insurance? And guess what? Now this guy has activated my dick mode. Says now I am going to then put it right back in his bright headlights, right back in his face.
Who would that be? Who would that be?
But it's like the thing is like, why would some insurance companies cancel their fire insurance programs, their wildfire? Because basically, if they don't have to pay, people have to move out, and people can buy the property dirt cheap. It worked in Hawaii like a charm. Honestly, it worked like a charm.
Manipulating the eminent domain laws on a federal level.
Yep.
Okay.
And it works
that makes
like a
a lot
charm.
of sense. Yep. Thank you. Continuing on.
8 million was from monitoring and research program, the Cal Fire universities. 4 million was from the Forest Legacy program and private land management. 3 million was from an interagency forest data hub, but that adds up to only $55 million. What I want to know is, where's the other $46 million? Now we have this reservoir in Palisades. This is the reservoir. This is Palisades. The reservoir is roughly 1 mile away where the fire was. So let me get this straight. This reservoir, if we put up images, fits 117 million gallons of water. The stat we hear about is 3 separate tanks had up to 1 million gallons of water. This thing fits 117 million, and they've had it shut down since last February of 2024. Why did you have it shut down?
What about all of that water in the Kern Water Bank? Could and should they distribute the water to help fight the fires? According to officials, Los Angeles gets its water from a network of 114 tanks, all of which were fully filled before the fire broke out. so the water from Kern Water Bank wasn't required. A lack of water wasn't the issue, but it was the city's residential water system that struggled to deliver such large volumes of water simultaneously in multiple areas.
There you
So
go.
basically, we're dealing with a situation of whole bunch of thirsty people and the reservoir, which would have basically been able to supplement not only the people, but any one of which of those gallons to put the water fire out. Shut down for how long? For a whole almost a year. Was for renovations. Now, I'm not a scholar and I'm not an engineering expert, and I'm not really that. I'm not going to say I'm really that smart, but if you shut
go ahead.
if you shut down something that is vital for the potential survival, for the potential reduction of property damage, for the potential reduction of property damage for a whole year, knowing you're in an environment that water is necessary to put out the problem, somebody's going to take the blame for this. Who are they?
One of our guys has a I think he might have a finger on the pulse of what's going on. See, the governor already has his eye on depressed land in Cali. What we seen a while ago was that reservoir that was near those fires. What was it? About 112 gallons? This is probably what the governor had his eye on a long time before this happened. Now it's the happening. And they're trying to find a way to get water into that. But then they said that the water was filled up into that. Yet, you know, what you had pointed out, obviously, is that there was not enough water to get to those hydrants at the time it was going on.
Now the question is like I said, was it drained? Since it was under construction, was it under construction or was it under reconstruction or renovation? See there's ways to do renovations, like to dry dock renovation. It's difficult, it's expensive, but you're gonna need to. Well, first things foremost, don't they have divers?
Yeah.
So how hard would it be to get a team of divers and a bunch of people with flashlights to inspect the bottom of the reservoir?
Those team of divers are, I'm pretty sure, already in the crew in Los Angeles. They've at least been trained about a few hours down the road to San Diego, where the Navy trains, where the Marines train. Some of them were prior service, probably are in the civilian level, divers from this.
Naval divers.
They got to pull the draw from.
Right. So you also got potential. You got Corps of Engineers, Army Corps of Engineers, which we cross train many branches of service, cross train with other branches.
To build infrastructure around that.
Exactly. So you could have the Army Corps of Engineers cross-train with Marine and naval workers, naval divers.
Yeah.
To dive into that reservoir, shut it down, lockout, tag out the freaking reservoir, so that you're not sucking water, so you're not sucking diver in with the water. And when the air situation gets too tight and too cramped, we have aquatic drones to inspect the more delicate options, the more things where you can't put a diver in there. Maybe that makes too much sense.
You were mentioning earlier about Hawaii. Go on.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
First things foremost, my thing about Hawaii, it just, what are the similarities between California and Hawaii?
Both, okay, well, the climate is a bit different from one or the other. One is island, one is mainland.
Mm-hmm.
But it's Mediterranean. You know, they
Mediter-
both have some palm trees there and stuff like that.
I'm looking for something more on along the lines of the human element. More like something more of the along the lines of the litigious element.
What do you mean?
More along the lines of the legal element.
Well, yeah, both states
Involving the
got
citizens.
lawyers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
involving the citizens.
And both have, voting citizens. Yeah, but
But look deeper than that. Look deeper. Look deeper than that. Why is it they ain't gonna try this stuff in Texas? Why aren't they gonna try the same stuff in Florida?
they
Why?
could.
They could.
But one other thing too. Back to your last question, is that they both have professional divers.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like, why wouldn't they? I want you to look at the mindset of the people, the mindset, the legality mindset of the people. Why won't they try this stuff in Texas? Why won't they try this stuff in Florida? Why won't they try this stuff in Georgia? Why won't they try this stuff in Kentucky? And
Okay,
some,
the only difference is the regions of the United States, the regions of the nation. You know, you got West Coast minded people, islanders, and then you got, the South.
but the thing is like, what is it that scares them about the South?
Um, Conservative policies?
You're getting close. You're getting close. What do the Islanders carry?
To make a living? To do what?
To survive, to survive, to basically protect themselves.
Oh, okay.
You see, what the fuck? You see where I'm getting with this.
Okay, two regions don't have strong gun laws, but the South
No.
does. What?
Yeah, two regions have excessively strong gun laws.
Yeah.
Excessively strong gun laws. You know, I spoke to when I was over the road from my first company. I spoke to somebody who lived in Soviet occupied Poland. He got his American citizen. He literally immigrated from the Soviet Union. Older gentleman, much older than me. And you know what I saw while I was at the shipper. I saw he was carrying a freaking Colt 45 1911. And he told me that he had about multiple other guns at home.
Guy was packing heat.
He was packing heat. I think it was it Serbia that that basically that basically surrendered. It was, they say, I think it was either Poland or Serbia, one of those two. And when I think he was alive when one of them gave up their firearms.
Oh.
In good faith.
Okay.
And saw the bloodshed. This old man said, after seeing what I've seen in my home country, I will never give up my guns after seeing what I've seen in my home country. You know?
Okay. Now, how do you connect that to the water distribution issues that California is experiencing?
They got complacent. Many of them got. Many of them got. Many of them. Oh, somebody okayed this and did not look into it. Somebody got complacent and okayed some stuff that should have never been okayed in the first place.
Hmm.
If you're going to fix something, you got to replace it with something before you fix something. Like if you have a tire, it's like I see the reservoir and any other infrastructural systems in the country as a tire of a vehicle. If you're going to change, if you blow a tire, you got to take the spare out and put it on the tire and replace it, right? If you're going to operate your vehicle, you have to basically have a part ready for replacement. If you're going to renovate a reservoir, you better have one in backup. It's like an interconnecting channels. Like whenever I play a game that involves roadway, there's a couple games that involve roadways. I have every single like infrastructural understanding. I have roads that connect from multiple different avenues. You know, like those connected road games that you see, where you're playing a game that involves advertisement, where you have to connect this resource to this resource to this resource. I always have them connected in some sort of loop so that they can have some way to back each other up if something goes wrong.
In a way that kind of puts me in the shoes of these the Resnicks and what Newsom, being that he's the governor of the state, what would they have to gain using these waterways, water roads, and aqueducts there in that area? You know,
They had, first things foremost, when people 3 days without water, a week without, 2 weeks without food, right?
yeah.
3 days without water, a week or two without food. If
All right.
you literally hold the water hostage within a day or two, people will basically become desperate, and they are willing to do anything and everything to get access to that water. Tried and true method, tested. Water is a resource. In Japan, they had a war that didn't that were war where the enemy was not a coastal city, was landlocked. Salt was a resource. He did their soldiers, their people didn't have access to salt, but because they were so strong, he repeatedly denied access to salt. So people got sick and began to die. He realized that it would be thank goodness for samurai honor. He realized it would be dishonorable to let this person die, but let his people die with starvation. We don't have samurais no more.
Yeah.
People, when they're thirsty, they will get desperate. They get desperate. People,
Yeah.
when they're thirsty, they will do anything for that water.
Hmm. And now they're, you know, pressing the reset button on many different districts in the city so that, it takes those people, those landowners, or as Timmy calls it, peasants, out of those areas so that it makes room for government, government contractors, and plain old flat out civilian industries to use that land to to get the building blocks of their agenda. I mean, getting the peasants off, making sure the higher ups got this land and they're keeping it, and there's no way of claiming it back. Well, as of now anyway, and most certainly, for sure, there is a placeholder from these organizations, NGOs, special interest groups, and even governments for
Now,
an area like this.
I'm going to say this. Now is the time for everybody in California to band together and build their stuff back without the assistance of the government.
And Tom Landry, and that's a good point you bring up, Win. Tom Landry brings up a point of this. And he says the sad thing is within the next 5 to 10 years, they'll come out with receipts and no one will be charged or executed over it. And if they are, it's a misdemeanor. Ooh, Soap said the thing. Yes, I did. But
Again,
there's more.
again,
They'll have to pay 2% of the money they got as restitution. Yeah, because shit, they took the land in an underhanded way and removed the owner out of it in the only way that they could do, something that looks next to an act of God disaster. So yeah, there you go. You're saying when?
Okeechobee, Florida. What you know about that?
Okeechobee?
Okeechobee.
That sounds familiar. Is that near Pensacola? I don't know.
About there, about that area. I used to drive when I went down to Florida. When I went or OC or whatever they call it. When I drove down to Florida, I drove past that area.
Mm-hmm.
The area where July Perry was killed. And I looked at that area, and that area is still creepy. I still get chills going through that area.
In what way, except for the obvious?
I've been to Tulsa, and I said, how can any person like me live in that area, knowing? I mean, that was before. Before I even knew about the Okeechobee massacre. I still got chills from that area. You know, I still got chills. No, I'm not gonna let you over. I'm not gonna let you pass me. Try to get greedy, trying to get in a position because I need to get on. But it's like I still get chills from that area. That area still gives me the chills. Tulsa, Oklahoma. Certain parts of New York. Because it's not, like I said, New York got a dark history itself. You know?
Oh, yeah. I mean, and so does Oklahoma in that case.
Oklahoma. So does Florida. Alabama and Arkansas got a lot of dark history.
Yeah.
In fact, there's a lot of dark history in Texas.
Yeah. This is kind of like, well, when you do mention Oklahoma, that kind of harkens me back to and you've mentioned Tulsa as well. Two different situations. The Killers of the Flower Moon, that was loosely based on that. And there's also Black Wall Street that happened in the Greenwood Archer area. A lot of my family's from there, so I'm familiar. But there is but with the Killers of the Flower Moon, and what's it has in common with this particular thing going on is that one resource was water. That's California. Another resource, oil. That's Oklahoma. And the feds will, be as innocuous at first about their intentions on the area. They'll play like they're, forest services out there, and see what they can gain from that type of a land. Especially when once the corporations that do own that area, or even the mom and pops that own that type of area, get their they get their severance package, because shit, they're moved out of their land. It's almost like getting fired from a job, really,
Yep.
or let go, or laid off. You know that sweeps them out of the way, the owners out of the way, and the companies out of the way. But it allows for the government to come in larger companies that are connected with the government to keep going. Go
I'm
ahead.
gonna say this: we should have been growing our own crops. They should have been growing their own crops years ago. They should have been farming their own chickens years ago. They should have never gave up their chicken. They should have never gave up their livestock to bills and let it get to governments and other stuff. Now they have all the control and no power. We don't have power no more. We outnumber them, but we're so divided. We're so divided mentally that we we literally are divided mentally, that because of the mental manipulations. I'm going to give you two new phrases: the complexion for the illusion and the complexion for the story.
All right, go on ahead.
Complexion for the illusion. What do you think that?
Okay, you was roboting on that. You may need to repeat that again.
What do you think that
Uh-oh.
means?
Okay, you'd went out for a brief moment there, Wind. I'm gonna need you, if
Yeah.
you possibly can, go ahead and repeat that part, because you were just beginning anyway.
Can you hear me now?
Even
Can you hear me?
better. Go ahead.
What do you think the complexion for the illusion is?
The mood, well, at least one of it, a part of it is the mood that one would like to impart on another when they are bringing some type of a story arc to them. A perception that you want to have to the story, the official story that I, in this case, just to put myself in their shoes, I, as the company or special interest group, want to impart upon the people. There's a part that I want to bring to the people, and then there's a part that I want to give to the government. The part I want to give to the government is a little more down and dirty than the perception we're giving to the people, because this is where the true purpose is.
Now, what is the complexion for the story?
The feeling you want to you would like for them to feel after hearing that story.
Exactly. Now the question is like, who has the complexion for the illusion and who has the complexion for the story?
For this particular one, both. Both. These companies and governments have both.
You're looking too corporate. You're looking too far into corporate. You got to look at the peon level. You got to look at the peon level. You got to look at the peon level.
Yes, they're a part of the illusion for both, because they got to pass that on to civilians or non-workers of that company.
Uh-huh. Now my next question. Now the next thing I'm going to say is going to tie into this. There is no complexion for any protection whatsoever.
What protection are you alluding to, man?
The thing that is basically that has been dividing people for over 100 years. It's right there. It's right there. You go ahead and say it. I know. Like I said, there was never a complexion for protection. I'm gonna say this. One part, one group of people have a complexion for the protection. The other have a complexion for the story. And there are certain people that are just dark enough, or not light enough for the complexion for the protection, but not dark enough for the protection of for the complexion of the story. It's the same thing that it divides the politics. It's the same thing that divides the people, that divides the politics, divides people's way of thinking.
Oh, and the thing that keeps it in control would have to be,
Exactly.
the thing that keeps it in control would have to be plausible deniability, because there's parts of that story we would like for you to believe, and there's parts of that story we don't even want you near. It's classified in documents.
Now I got a question. Is like, well, why do certain people have to stay with certain people in jail?
Don't know.
Why do blacks have to stay with blacks? Whites have to stay with whites. Asians have to stay with Asians. Mexicans have to stay. Why do they all have to stay separated from each other?
Gang to gang, color to color. That'll
Exactly.
get you mixed
That.
up. And
Now I want you
yeah,
to combine that.
in prison though, in a setting like that, you're doing that because you're in a setting that is being monitored 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I mean, you got that out
You're
here
in a.
anyway,
You're in a.
but you don't
You're in
have
a
that.
setting.
But you have a tighter hold of that in prison.
But
Go
the
ahead.
thing is, like, you're also in a setting that
Yeah.
doesn't allow reform. That doesn't allow reform. That profits. Now the thing is like we profit off of certain things. We profit off of how many people you have incarcerated, and we profit off of how many people you can get fooled into believing the story. Oh, this person got shot. He's just. Let's see. Let's run a chart. He's just he's got the complexion for the story. I'm going to give you an example. I want you to see if you can hear the connotation, the difference between the same sentence. Hey, oh wow, congratulations on your new house. Oh, congratulations on your new house. You catch the difference?
Mm-hmm. It's a celebratory tone,
Huh?
You.
And the other one
Yeah.
is kind of a condescending tone. Or better yet, hey, welcome to the Chuck and Puke. Hey, welcome to the Chuck and Puke.
Yeah, that would be what we would all call sarcastic, because you are about to embrace the suck, and it's a motherfucker. But you got to present it in the sort of way that, that they'll embrace the suck.
Just
They'll
can't
be
do it.
okay with it.
But the thing is like one of them's a tone that's like everyday normal. Let's say this person looks like me, something like that. The other person's like, where did you come from? Fee fi fo fum. Where did you come from?
Yeah.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
Mm-hmm.
One of them actually mean. One of the tones actually mean welcome. The other one means where did you come from?
Mm-hmm.
You know about those tones, Psychesoap. You live in some. You live in some of the. You lived in Tulsa, Oklahoma. You lived in Oklahoma. You know about them tones.
Mm-hmm.
You know more them tones. We're supposed to know about them tones more than me. Come on,
And we see
Psychesoap.
that someone is trying to get rid of their current government as they speak. But, we're trying to let you know here, True Sherm. I don't know when you tuned in that, we're starting to peel back the layers of that onion in that whole California wildfire story,
Yeah.
And what are the roles of the cast and characters? See, there's a cast and characters that they're letting us know in the
And
news
just
media and the
and it,
mainstream news. But if
follow the
you know,
paper trail.
when you do follow the paper trail and you're becoming your own intelligence officer, and you got these different articles, you got these different facings of the story, the sides of the people doing it, whatever. But when you got that all scattered on your desk and about to turn this shit into a wall of crazy, you get to see what connections benefit. What does one have to gain when doing something like this or to triumph? Crisis equals opportunity. And this is what they take in as a motto. They live it, they breathe it, they shit it, they eat it, but not necessarily in that order, guys. I'm sorry. But they take this happening and they try to make their rules a little more important than you really look at it to be. Because
They don't
look at
follow.
the complexion of the story. They're giving you a an innocuous weather nature type of a thing, because water is dealt with in this very, that's the main resource that is dealt with in this very story right here. And now that we've seen many different special operations that have gone on for the sake of this one resource right here. But if you're stuck on the resource, you're on that first layer of the onion. But when you start to look at the operations and missions, you're getting deeper into that onion there, you know. And what we'll do, I'll play the rest of this, and then I got a story relating to this here, letting you know the evolution of this whole story coming up after this. But check it out. Check it out. Got some more going on here.
And what if Los Angeles needed the Resnick's water? Well, the state constitution bans unreasonable water use, which means that the government could step in if they thought someone was hoarding the water during a crisis. So technically, yes, Los Angeles could withdraw water from the Kern Water Bank, but there's no need for now. On January 15th, 2025, the Wonderful Company, owned by the Resnicks, announced a $10 million pledge to support wildfire relief efforts. So is that enough to correct a fair few wrongs? Regardless, at the heart of this story is a simple question. Should billionaires be able to buy and sell water like a private asset? Why did no one do anything when the laws have been manipulated since 1994? And what about the political donations? Will they ever be investigated? And last...
Wait a minute. Since 1994?
1994?
Tell them when. I was thinking the same damn thing.
1994?
Are you serious?
Are you serious? What are you smoking?
What layer of the onion are you on? If you're focusing on that year.
The laws have been manipulated since before 1994. They were first things foremost, we didn't notice anything until 1910. But nobody ever listened to their great grandfathers coming back from World War One. You will put a person in enough of a traumatic situation in those times, it would, and they complain and they say something. They're seen as somebody who's especially with shell shock and battle fatigue. They're seen as madmen. They're seen as mad or something mentally deficient. Anybody they're discredited. You know, they're not listened to, but they've seen the things that are happening in front of them, but they're being discredited because people like to have their comfort, their creature comforts.
But when one does that, you're stuck on that very first layer of the onion.
Exactly.
There's more going on. And you know what? And take a brief little side road. True Sherm, I seen that you were in here. If you want to come in here and give us a California perspective, If you want to give us a California perspective from where that is coming from, because out of all the psychonauts out here, all of my crew out here, you happen to be pretty much the boots on the ground over there.
Yeah.
There are different resources in which these agencies happen to go after. You got the Secretariat, or no, excuse me. You have the Department of the Interior. This has more to do with forestry. This has more to do with land. This has more to do with all of that. You got the Department of Commerce. You have companies involved into it. You have the Department of Energy when you're starting to look at oil, when you're starting to look at coal and nuclear, even in that realm. So if you want to give us just a moment, when if you and I'm talking to True, if you're still out here, True, we would like to get another perspective into this. I mean, look at this right here. Look at what I'm showing you. Now, those that are listening on podcast mode or what have you, my bad. What I'm showing right now are the pipes in which the water flows. This reminds me of the way that the pipes and pipelines of oil flow through, right? Right? Okay.
Yeah.
So we're dealing with a government that is to support us and protect us, and how they're using their many different organizations and hell, even militaries, to guard and protect as well as to serve this resource to the people. This is going on within our 50 states. This is going on within our borders. You want to be America first? Here's where you start. So yeah, man, if you're out there, I did pin in the link for you to join in if you want to join in. If you are in the comment section, that's fine. We can still talk about it that way. Yeah, just let us know. But back to what we're getting on into as far as these resources go. And yeah, Timothy, you said something, yeah, that really sparked an interest in me anyway. Control the resources and you control the population.
Yep. Control the resources, control the people.
That's what's going on here. There's more here. And you got a Cali perspective as well here, Timmy. You're in Cali. Okay, I see. You could drive through Palos Verdes and see sprinklers running all that till it's running into the gutters. If that was going on, why in the hell did we have what had happened a month ago? What?
Why? Because they didn't have a because they didn't put a water reclamation site. They don't have water reclamation sites. Do they? I mean, does California have water reclamation sites?
That's a good question, fellas.
That's a good question. I mean, because if they do have water reclamation sites, are they being used properly? If they don't have water reclamation sites, why don't they have water reclamation sites? That would literally save. That could have basically, any one of those gallons could have basically saying, hey, we could use the water reclamations first, and then we can use the reservoir. Let me say that again for the people in the back. Does California, I'm going to ask this question again, does California have a water reclamation system? And if they do, was it being used, and was it being used properly? Okay. The next question is, if they don't have water reclamation sites, why don't they? Home. We're home. Giant eagle. The eagle.
Okay.
But
one says that all gutters run to the sea there in Cali. And That's another one too, guys. Not only is True Sherm here giving us the intelligence on the ground out there, but so is Timmy. He's also in California, and we got two brothers in here. Thank you
Straight.
for your awesome work because we're trying to do what we're trying to do what it is as a man going our own way, doing the research
Yep.
ourselves, but right now we're collaborating. And I love this right here that, we're trying to see what the facts are on the ground as well as what's in these papers because
Okay.
those can sometimes and most often be two different things.
Now that my question has been answered, that all of the water runs straight to the sea.
Hmm.
What the piss is going on with the environment? But well, I'm talking to somebody from
And we're
like
supposed
this.
to have
So you have
we're supposed to also have
the
very
EPA,
ardent and strong,
right?
yes,
Strong
environmentalists and
EPA,
EPA out there.
right?
Yes.
So why is the water that is being used as sprinklers running straight into the sea, according to this California resident? But the thing is I understand that's this, but the thing is like the when you have water that is runs on the ground, sitting on the ground, it picks up particulates, pollutants that could be potentially harmful. Like we have gasoline on the ground from wrecks or oil from from
And on
whatever,
that
and
side, y'all have the shale, the shale country on your
yes, the
side.
shale countries, right?
Yes.
I want to
That
go
they
eat that myself,
discovered not that long ago, right? Like about 10 years
right?
ago and shit.
I'm I'm asking why don't they have? I'm on a live stream. I'm asking why don't they have water reclamation sites in California?
Hmm. So, okay. Timmy is like, at present, LA has 12,000 motorhomes on the street,
Twelve
dumping
thousand.
5 to 7 gallons of raw sewage into the gutters and down onto the sea? What? The
So,
fuck?
so he's a California resident, right?
Yeah,
So he's telling me that they got how many motorhomes?
12,000, man.
12,000
That's
dumping
the facts on the ground. That's the
raw
facts on the
sewage
ground. Yep.
into the drain from the black water tank, or is it the gray water tank? I'm not quite sure. From the gray water tank, right,
Yeah.
into the sewer. No process, right? That's what you're telling me.
You may want to repeat that again because you kind of roboted, man. Repeat that one more time if you can. My bad.
12,000, right? 12,000 motorhomes, right?
Dumping
Right?
five
Am
to
I correct?
seven gallons of raw sewage.
Dumping 5 to 7 gallons of raw sewage. Is it per? It's all together, right? It's all 5 to 7 gallons all together, right? Not per
They're
motorhome,
dumped
right?
in, and might I add too, he also added into storm drains, not the
Into storm,
sewer.
into storm drains. No. Before that, is it 5 to 7 gallons altogether, or 5 to 7 gallons each?
Oh, you were talking about this. Okay. 12,000 motorhomes, 5 to 7 gallons, raw sewage into gutters, storm drains, and then down onto the sea, according to him.
So, how many gallons does their motorhome hold? 5 to 7 gallons. I'm trying to
We'd
get
be
clarification.
okay. So let me see. He's got here 5 to 7 gallons
Hmm.
each, 24 and Oh, or are you saying the size of the motorhomes
I'm
there,
trying to
Timmy?
get
Or
it. I'm trying to get the total amount of gallons and being of per Oh, I was hoping that that wouldn't be the fact.
a
5 gallons per
day,
home.
a
A
week? What are we talking here, Timmy? Okay, 5 to 7. Okay, or so is it 5 to 7 gallons a week? 5 to 7 gallons a day is what
day.
I want to know.
If it's 5 to 7 gallons a week, that's still a problem.
6 gallons on average times 12,000. Okay,
Jesus
that's
Christ, you're
72,000 gallons of sewage. But what I want to know is it, you know, that much a day? 5 to 7 gallons each day? Damn! What the for real?
look. You're the mathematician.
Uh-uh.
You're gonna have to
Uh-uh.
explain that.
I'm no mathematician, but it does not take a mathematician to realize that, okay, we'll go back to the original. 12,000 motorhomes on the street,
Hmm.
dumping 5 to 7 gallons a day, a day into these storm drains, down onto the sea per motorhome? Per motor? Oh my God. So,
Oh, now that comes into calculation. Now that you said
wow.
per motorhome, that makes more sense.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a
Wow.
problem. That's a big problem.
Fucking wow.
That's a human.
Wow. Damn.
Yeah, yeah. That's a big problem. That's might be a big problem.
After the rain, you can smell the bay.
That's a
Okay,
big
but
problem.
now we're sounding like San Francisco. But what I was trying to talk about here was L.A. and it looks like, yeah, Timmy would be the facts on the ground over in L.A. True facts on the ground over there in San
Hey,
Diego,
hey,
in
so
Dago,
so
close to the border.
mute me for about 5 minutes.
Gotcha, man. And I'll take the rest of this over, Win. No problem. No problem. I got it. Now, and I'll bring you on 5 minutes. I'll time that right about now. And as my main says, as he says, that's a lot of doo doo, baby. That's a lot of doo doo, baby. But anyway, and it is. And it is. Oh, my bad, JR. My bad, JR. We gonna keep this. Fuck you. Jim Steven. He's stupid. Oh God. That's a lot of doo doo, baby. Oh, the doo doo. The doo doo gonna be to get you. Oh man. Let me get on up out of this story real quick. We gonna keep going because this is great, man. This is I'm glad y'all here collaborating with us. There's and we're doing what I would like to be doing. That they have been that the mainstream media has, you know, drug us citizens through the mud trying to find out what the facts on the ground is because nowadays you're in a climate where the news media cannot be fucking trusted anymore. And freedom of press, does that gotta go to a newspaper company? Does it? Does it? What the does it? We don't need that. But then again, I do understand this because there
Yeah.
are lies that are being told. What's up, man?
Look up the California RV laws.
Okay, we could. Uh, someone came through just now.
Mhm.
Oh shit, Timmy! How you doing there, Timmy? But uh, okay. Well, you are here now, so I could leave that alone and get after get after the comments that are coming in as they're going along. What's happening with your James? What's happening with your Riggs? And of course, what's happening with your True Sherm? We doing all right. I mean, what we're trying to do is get the facts on the ground as to what is going on and making sense of it all, and to see what is going on concerning the wildfires in California and water regulation. Water regulation. Because, believe it or not, the government will go that far. The government will go that far. If they did it for gold, if they did it for oil, they will do it for water. For real. So how you fellas doing? Alright, but this is kind of crazy. I'll go ahead and play the rest of this.
Lastly, should California's water laws finally be rewritten? Let me know what you think in the comments section below. So that is the story of the secretive billionaires who managed to have as much water as they wanted.
The Resnicks. But look at them. Just look at them. What do they look like to y'all? What do they look like to you?
Creepy old religious people.
Yeah, that guy on the right kind of does look like a creepy old father without the frock. Father Saunders, what do you think about this shit, man?
What I'm gonna say, I don't. What I'm gonna say here is I need you to look up the California RV laws. The fuck? Oh, that one. Just for a second, because somebody is violating. Like 12,000. What's going on? You know? What is going on with people? Like, they're violating California laws, and are there not enough sanitation dump stations? Or there's 12,000 people don't give a darn?
Nah, there's not much to be said about that one, though. You know, so I'm going to go ahead and go on.
The Resnicks may have bent the rules and scammed LA and Fiji out of their public water, but in the world today, there's plenty of other smaller scammers. You've probably come into contact with them. Laws have been manipulated since 1994. And what about the political donations? Will they ever be investigated? And lastly, should California's
Hell no, they won't be investigated.
water laws finally be rewritten? Let me know what you think in the comments section below. So that is the story of the secretive billionaires who managed to have as much water as they wanted. The Resnicks may have bent the rules and scammed LA and Fiji out of their public water, but in the world today, there's plenty of other smaller scammers. You've probably come into contact with them.
There we go. Oh, shit. There we go. Bruh, not to get too far into this, but guys, do keep in mind of the Resnicks and how they're manipulating. Because this is right here, what we're trying to do is impart upon you more intelligence, more, more information for you to turn into, or more data for you to turn into intelligence, some actionable intelligence as to what is going on with this, so that you, bruh, y'all, you looking at us, so that you be able to make up your own mind as to what is going on with this. All right, so James is saying, out in the desert, 29 Palm Springs, they make a lot of basically swimming. They make a lot of swimming pools that basically they put the sewage into just to dry out. What do they do with the dry crap water? the solid waste? Well, excuse me. My guess, my guess is that they put it out into the sea. What Timmy was trying to say earlier about that when he had wrote earlier.
What I was saying is like I said, I typically like to have people do the research and fact check me. You know, I like when I prefer it when people fact check me. You know, I would rather be fact checked because I prefer to have people to go figure it out as well. Because who knows, I could be right, I could be wrong. But should be my disclaimer. Please let me be wrong. You know.
But please be aware that now we got fact checkers, I'm putting in air quotes, fact checkers from a political party or two that want to look at your information and impart their bias on you. This is why we got to give you just the raw data. I mean, yeah, I did start off in a normative fashion. You know what I'm saying? But do impassionate. I mean, get your passions out of it. Get your what do you call that shit? Get that out of it. Get your hold on, just a minute, fellas. Get your passion out of it. Get your preconceived notions out of it. Yes, and that is the hardest part. To get your preconceived notions out of it and take the data into you as it is. And yeah, you also, and it also helps for you to be prepared to be proven wrong. All right, and this includes me. Be prepared to be proven wrong, because bad news comes down the pipe. I mean, whatever your passions thought that, gives you good news or whatever, be careful of that type of shit and see what's going on here. I'm going to put you fellas back on in, and I'm going to get into this story here in just a moment. But, yeah, this is kind of like that story there that we just got through covering, and we'll be covering more of it. But we're looking at what's been happening after that crisis. After. So yeah, I brought you fellas back in, and if you got any input you want to put into it, that's fine. I'm sorry, there I had to go ahead and mute everything and get ready for the next story here.
Fires burned all the way to the ocean.
Mm.
The Pacific Palisades, one of the wealthiest communities in the U.S., is experiencing the worst fire in its history. Situated at the foothills of the Santa Monica Mountains, the Palisades typically escape damage as...
That's what I wanted to see, Timmy. That's what I wanted to see. How were the weather patterns were like? What is the terrain like? Because we looked at it from a political standpoint. Now we'd like to look at the physical standpoint.
You mean the geological?
The geological.
Yes.
Of course.
We have what's known as a Santa Ana wind. The mountain narrow, the air becomes warm from friction, and it dries out everything all the way to the ocean. It's a Santa Ana effect. We have them every year.
Wow.
The early Mexican Indians called them the Santanas, not the Santa Anas.
Well, yeah. I mean,
I gotta make a phone call real quick. I'll be back.
Not a problem, man. Gotcha.
But we're having a Santa Ana effect now. We just had 2 days of rain. Half of California is sliding downhill. And now we got a hard, this is the first sunny day, second sunny day in the week down here at the coast. We got a running joke here in San Pedro. If somebody in Wilmington farts, we're the last one to smell it before it hits the ocean.
From the looks of this too, I'm also seeing the valleys, the peaks and the valleys going on, the paths and the passes that are in this area. And now I'm also looking at how the winds interact with the rest of the city.
Right.
And once it gets there,
they compress and increase in velocity, which also dries them out because the clouds can't get over the mountains. They go into the passes. It's called the Venturi effect. You take air and put it into a funnel, and it heats up and increases velocity.
yeah, there's more to this. But right there, from looking at this pattern and where the fires ended up happening throughout this, I would like to know, what are the waterways? Where are the water pipes at? How is the sewer system and water system flowing through this city? I mean, all out here in the South, it's a motherfucker. It's total valley. LA uses it, and then there's a valley here in the middle between where it says Santa Monica Mountains, Santa Ana Winds, you know. But I'm not okay. There's more that I might want to peek into. Maybe this will answer it. Let me go ahead and do it. Fuck it.
Santa Ana winds blow past, since the winds will usually blow any fire up to the north. However, this time, hurricane-force winds drove the flames directly into the neighborhood, reducing many homes to ashes. On January 7th, around
Oh, yeah. This is also what I see in Colorado.
Well, we had 80-mile-an-hour winds, sustained winds for 3 days during the fire.
Yes. And you see these mountain ridges. Now, in Colorado, we have a lot of mountain ridges. But what I was noticing here on just this map from, up north, all of these chains of mountains. And I'm thinking about the Rocky Mountains in where I used to live in Colorado. And in Colorado, we used to get sustained winds of that nature, anywhere from 70 to 100, and even hurricane force type winds. Oh, okay. I see where you're coming from, Timmy.
Palisades typically escape damage as Santa Ana winds blow past, since the winds will usually blow any fire up to the north. However, this time, hurricane-force winds drove the flames directly into the neighborhood, reducing many homes to ashes. On January 7th, around 10:20 a.m. local time, a live camera with Alert California, a UC San Diego program to monitor wildfires and disasters in real time, picks up smoke rising. This is the first sighting of the Palisades fire. 6 minutes later, PlaneSpotter at LAX catches first plumes of smoke on its live stream.
Not what we want to see here in Southern California. A fire has now broke out.
At 10:58 a.m., resident David Hansen received a video from his mother showing thick orange smoke billowing outside her house on Piedra Mirada Drive. The fire size was upgraded from 10 to 200 acres, while containment remained at 0%.
We're in the Palisades Highlands and the fire road is literally on fire.
David Hansen drove to reach his mother and recorded the Palisades fire as it burned an entire hillside beside the road. From his mother's backyard, David filmed helicopters dropping water onto the nearby fires. He tells ABC News he saw them hovering over the edge of Santa Ynez Reservoir and were using a hose to draw up water. The fire spread rapidly, and flames encroached on David's mother's yard. Neighbors rallied together, using water from swimming pools to fight the advancing fire. With 2 more zones ordered to evacuate and 3 new evacuation warnings issued, David decided to drive out. But with high volumes of vehicles trying to evacuate, and with 3 road closures on the Pacific Coast Highway, escaping the flames proved to be difficult for residents. As David drives, he films the road filled with abandoned cars on Palisades Drive. Firefighters are seen battling the flames. David and his mother make it out safe from the flames, and he tells ABC News that thanks to the effort of quick-thinking neighbors, David's mother's home has for now survived.
We're through the fire.
Evacuation shelters are placed around the city, and Governor Newsom declares a state of emergency in California. By night, reports show that the Palisades fire has grown to 1,262 acres, and 2 additional fires occur nearby, Eaton Fire and Hearst Fire. Windy conditions complicated firefighting efforts.
We're getting a 70 knots wind speed. We're going to have to shut down water dropping operations. Also, cancel it 2 additional copters.
January 8th, 12:29 a.m. Palisades fire size has grown to 2,921 acres and is upgraded to 11,802 by 11:45 a.m.
Unfortunately, we have 2 reported fatalities to civilians. Unknown cause at this time, and we do have a number of significant injuries.
Lydia Fire, north of the 3 active fires, starts around 2:07 p.m. At 5:57 p.m., CAL FIRE reported that the Sunset Fire in the famed Hollywood Hills had started, bringing the total to 5 active fires in the state. The Palisades Fire remained the largest, reaching 17,234 acres by the end of the day, with 0% containment.
Right?
Weather forecasts indicated another round of Santa Ana winds expected from January 9th to January 10th, with a new high-pressure system building from the north, fueling more gusty winds. The Sunset Fire, which crossed more than 40 acres, was fully contained, but at 3:12 p.m., Kenneth Fire started to burn 50 acres in West Hills. On January 10th, the Palisades Fire has grown to nearly 20,000 acres with 6% containment, and the Eaton Fire to nearly 14,000 acres with 0% containment. Governor Newsom calls for an independent investigation into the, quote, loss of water pressure to local fire hydrants and the reported unavailability of water supplies from the Santa Ynez Reservoir, following a Los Angeles Times report that the Pacific Palisades Reservoir had been closed for repairs at the time the destructive fire started. Firefighters across the country, as well as Canada and Mexico, arrived to help battle the flames. Local authorities vowed to find out what exactly caused what is on track to become the worst natural disaster in U.S. history based on costs.
This task force is made up of local, state, and federal partners designed to investigate the cause of these fires and see if there's any connection between them.
As of Wednesday, January 15th, at least 25 people have died, and more than a dozen others remain unaccounted for. 4 fires are still active, with Palisades Fire covering more than 23,000 acres and 19% contained.
That was a shitstorm.
Looks like a nuclear fallout.
Yeah.
It seems that each thing just fed into every situation, just fed into each other to make things exponentially worse.
Well, you could call it a perfect storm, but it doesn't pass the smell test. That wasn't a coincidence. Sorry. I've been here since 94.
Damn, you've been here since 94?
And that was the year that, remember earlier when we had said, when we had heard them say, when we had heard them saying this was a result of laws that had been made back in 94. So you've gotten here since it started there.
Right. The day I was supposed to come to California, they had the Northridge quake.
Yep, I remember that.
LAX and was shut down for a solid week. I was in LaGuardia waiting to get on a plane, and we got 5 feet of snow overnight, called a nor'easter. And I spent 4 days in the same clothes waiting to get on a plane. And every hour, the cops would come by, hit me in the feet with a nightclub, and make me move 3 seats, and they'd be back in another hour.
Yeah, true. 5th largest economy in the world. One state. And yet, this was planned, True says. The Biden 94 crime bill was a distraction. Yes. True. At 94. This is also a year of that famed Republican revolution was happening, when Newt Gingrich got a hold of the House of Representatives and started pulling, his support that way to be a big enough vote to be Clinton's cock blocker, so I say. I mean, because shit, right there, well, Clinton's, skeletons in the closet have always been out. That has been out when he was candidate, Bill Clinton, but then he's in office right now. We're talking about the middle of his first term.
Yeah. Well,
Biden gets the 94 crime bill in. The Republican Revolution by Newt Gingrich goes up. Oh, and earlier in the show, they said something about the water laws being in California taken over by the Resnicks at that time. This gives you a preview of the casting characters that were involved.
like I said, this wasn't a coincidence.
And no, I don't think it's a coincidence either. And yeah, OJ happened in 95, true, that was a year later, but then again, Cali was getting active in the 90s. You remember the riots in 91, 92?
How about the demonstrations all this week in LA? There isn't a freeway running.
I mean, and this is is this as a result of the protests that were going on a week or two ago there, Timmy, or what's going on?
It just so happened that the mayor of LA was in Guyana at a Fidel Castro dinner party while the fires happened. And Newsom tried to blame local municipalities and redirect off of his ass. This was all paid for. This was by design.
I mean, the resources, the families, the companies, the industries, and the governments that were used in this whole fucking thing.
That was collateral damage.
Absolutely.
You get rid of the peasants by burning it out, and if you're a billionaire, you can rebuild tomorrow.
I had to give you one for that one.
Well,
that made sense.
It is what it is. I mean, you talked about Hawaii, and Oprah was buying up land. Well, if she can stay out of prison, her and Gavin are going to get middleman into a really cheap land grab. I see it.
Yeah.
Mark my words. Mark my words. You heard it here first.
Here on In the Bucket, where we mine through this data and get the facts on the ground, and we bust them in the bladder so y'all can go piss later on, man. No, I'm just fucking with you. No, nothing like that. But yeah, there's more going on with this fire chief, because it looks like she's been removed.
Yeah, she got fired this morning. And the mayor is
all right.
Trump is going to personally investigate the fire problem.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. What you say? What? For what?
He said it in a national news conference that he's going to directly check out and investigate the wildfires and why it happened.
That reminds me of that damn Dark Alliance story by Gary Webb when he did his thing over in San Jose for the San Jose Mercury. And I seen the Kill the Messenger movie last night, right?
Oh, yeah.
And if I can get some time enough, I'll read other books. But what was fucked up about that is that this reporter, and this is another thing too, when you're in the bucket, be careful. Because when you become the facts on the ground, when you collect the stories and you come up with a conclusion that is totally opposite of the government official innocuous version, they gonna come after you, bro.
Oh, that's a given. But see, I'm small potatoes.
So am I.
So okay,
I mean, shit. I am looking to get 300. I ain't trying to get 1,000. I ain't trying to get 10,000. I ain't trying to get 100,000. I ain't trying to get 500,000. I ain't even trying to get 1,000,000. If I get 300 dedicated, you know what I'm saying, facts on the ground, you know what I'm saying, type motherfuckers on this shit, then we gonna win this, man. We got this shit. Because with social media, we are now the press.
Yeah, but so who runs social media? Again, follow the money.
Those are the ones right there on the wall, close to the exit of the door, and they know when to turn off and on the exit sign. Those are the ones that are guarding the door.
At present, all media on the planet is run by 5 families.
Oh yeah, we're in one of them. What you saying, Win? I hear you.
Look up. Look. Now we're starting to get into the national level. Yeah. Now that you've basically spent out the news thing, now we're starting to get to a wider scope. See, they said it was 1994. Me and Psychesoap, when we said 1994, it goes deeper than that. Like when
California water wars, like I was illustrating a few shows back, and like we were talking about, you know, when the show began. But go ahead.
Look at the news. Look at the news. Look at the news. The difference between the news between 1970 and 1989.
Yeah. Believe it or not, you ran all the way back to the Civil War.
No. But it started taking effect between 1970. Let's say, oh mother, God damn it.
What, during the energy crisis? During the energy crisis, bro? I mean, yeah, around the 70s, late 70s, mid. But get to it, Win.
Is like, you ever heard of the fairness doctrine?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody's heard of it.
Somebody's heard of it. It's written on.
No.
Now,
sure the hell ain't.
Now explain. Now somebody explain. Since now that we're in a section to where we're the section, how does the fairness doctrine being repealed equate to all of this? What's going on today?
Yeah, wide open. Okay, corral to the highest bidder.
Exactly. It's basically, but you know what the fairness doctrine incorporates? You know what that incorporates?
Big money.
The news.
Yeah, it enlightened us. But I mean, say if there was like a random, there was a random in the bucket first time watcher. Explain that to them. Explain that.
It basically stopped the news. It basically made the news tell both sides of the story.
Yeah.
Both sides. Not just one. Not just left, not right, but both sides.
Right.
All right.
But Operation Paperclip exposed the CIA buying off and controlling media.
That's one of a few. There was also an intelligence story that brought the 1996 Communications Bill by Bill Clinton out. There are many things that keep testing that boundary. But go on.
The onion, like you spoke of.
Many layers.
Many layers to this onion. Many such entertaining, fascinating layers to this onion.
And it gets more rotten the deeper you go.
Yes. More rotten the deeper you go. And it's so fascinating, isn't it? Such a fascinating tool.
Well, fascinating and depressing because
No, I just ran out of juice.
We're the tail end. We're the tail end of the shit pipe.
Well, speaking of which, I'll keep going on with this story. Now, according to this, it goes, Los Angeles Fire Chief Kristen Crowley has been removed by Mayor Ken Bass in the wake of the devastating Palisades and Eaton fires that have killed dozens and destroyed hundreds of homes. Bass said on Friday that she removed Crowley because firefighters were sent home instead of being used when the fires broke out last month. She had no other resource to fight those fires. Let me go on. Bass said this. We know that 1,000 firefighters that could have been on duty on the morning of the fires breaking out that were sent home on Chief Crowley's watch. Furthermore, a necessary step to an investigation was the president of the Fire Commission telling Chief Crowley to do an after-action report on the fires. The chief refused. These require her removal. And there she is right there, fellas. I'm going to keep going on. I've just noticed that the acronym of the LA Fire Department spells out to be laughed. She was laughed out. No, I'm going to keep going. Ronnie Villanueva, a retired LA Fire Chief Deputy of Emergency Operations, has been appointed as the interim chief. We are aware of the mayor's announcement and have no further comments or interviews on this matter at this time, the LA Fire Department told ABC News in a statement this past Friday. Bass said she did not know the weather forecast before leaving to Ghana, saying the fire chief did not call to warn her. What I can tell you, she says, is that what has happened in the 2+ years I've been here, 2+ years, every time there was a weather emergency, or even a hint of a weather emergency, the chief has called me directly. She has my cell phone. She knows she can call me 24/7, and she briefed me, and then we would talk about what needed to happen next. That did not happen at this time, Mayor Bass said at a press conference Friday. As mayor of the city, the buck stops with me. I'm in charge. However, the person in charge of the fire department, as I mentioned before, whenever there was a fire emergency, a weather emergency, or a hint of a problem, I am contacted directly, and not just by Chief Crowley, but by any of the heads of the departments. As you know, we have over 40 departments, Bass said. That smells like bureaucracy to me, but let me keep going. Bass's decision faced criticism from billionaire Rick Caruso, whose mall in the Palisades survived the deadly fire because he employed his own private resources to fight the fires. Caruso, a Republican, lost in the 2022 mayoral race to Bass. So, there was the current mayor's former opponent in the mayoral race in LA. He was a Republican. He was running for mayor, right? And I'm hearing them chirps. Oh shit, I don't care. Let's go. Bass is the current mayor, Democrat. Caruso was an opponent of Bass in the mayoral race a few months, a few whiles ago, or whatever I'll say. But Caruso had resources to fight the fires because his mall was sitting in direct facing of the fire. His mall was about to get engulfed in it, but he had firefighting resources to get rid of it. Whereas Bass, the current mayor, The one that went to Ghana, you guys. The one that didn't get the Chief Crowley notification. You know, the fires hit the rest of LA. You know, I'm not going to blame Caruso for this. Caruso was prepared. Das was not.
That's all he did. He went around him. He didn't fight him. He just went around him.
Sometimes you got to. Just like some of the fellas that went around the FEMA shit that was going on in the Carolinas when their hurricane happened. You know? Strange, isn't it? I'll go on. It is very disappointing that Mayor Bass has decided to fire Chief Christian Crowley. And that right there, guys, it smacks of irresponsibility.
You got to have a patsy.
Yes! There you go. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
It smacks of patsy. Chief Crowley, you might as well call her Patsy Crowley, even though her name's Kristen. This is the one she pointed the finger at.
Yeah, she's the Oswald in all this.
No shit. No shit. Sure as shit. We'll get to the rest of this. Wow. And then you got a former opponent in the mayoral race, and he loses the election. Republican, if that matters to y'all or not. And the area he was responsible for got handled. Now, imagine, just a quick little imagination project for y'all, and I'll end it for you. I ain't even gonna go too far in this. If Caruso was in charge of LA instead of Bass, what the fuck is going to happen? That, what you just heard a while ago, will be going on quite a bit. And quite hopefully, if he's about his shit, if he does what he needs to do, he will extend that protection to the rest of LA. And not just land he owns, right? I'll keep going.
Well, we had,
what's
since
up?
Trump got elected, we had over 12 counties that turned Republican. They went red.
Yeah, he flipped some houses. Flipped some houses, yeah.
Well, Caruso doesn't march to the agenda drum. That's why he ain't mayor. California has a Democratic supermajority.
Yeah, I heard of that shit.
That's why Musk can't launch a rocket from California, because of the California Coastal Commission. And if you follow the money back, they don't like Elon Musk.
Yeah, at first they liked him. Now he doesn't, because he moved out of Silicon Valley and went to Houston.
Well, he was paying all the ducats, but then COVID came and he didn't march to the drum. So
and then,
they find him and he goes, you know that? Fuck you. I'm going to Texas. Now he's completely out.
He's one of the key guys. He's one of the key California residents that moved out of there and went to Texas. We all like to talk about the California to Texas migration that was happening for the past 5 years, right? Well, there's Elon. He's one of them. And he's a big one, because he's got money back behind it. Well, and I don't know if you guys remember or not, but we haven't been seeing a lot of NASA missions in the past 15 years because there was no money given to the space program. But look at what Trump was able to do when he got in his first term. He created a new agency dedicated to that. Why you think Elon's cool with him right now? Because Elon is going to build the next Space Ranger.
Yeah, and it's going to be under budget and on time.
A real life gallons No, a real life Guardians of the Galaxy going on here. And gallons. I'm thinking about that damn gallons of poop that those motherfucking poor people in California are dropping into the ocean every day.
I got a site for you. It's called California Insider. They did a whole series of programs on just that. They call them gang lords. A gangbanger, a gang will take and buy up every dead motorhome out of the junkyard, drag it on the street, and rent it to crack dealers and hookers.
Ooh, your assignment, there you go. Your assignment, Timmy, is to bring me information. Bring me intelligence coming from that
Just
site.
gave you the resource. Go there, and he got the receipt.
Oh, bro. I got a lot of subjects to cover in this show, a lot of things to cover into that show, but there's no other better people to be covering this California issue, because I don't live in California. I live in South Dakota. You are in California. True Sherm, if you're listening, you are in California. I need intelligence on the ground. Wait, hold up. I need important intelligence from people that are on the ground, because I don't want to be speaking on a place I don't live at. Come on, I'm in South Dakota. Y'all are in California, and you know what's going on. Soon as you get out your door, soon as you get out your window, you know what's going on. Hey, my psychonauts, those that listen and watch the show, they're not gonna go to they're not going to go to you to find out what's going on with Christy Nome. Hell no. You going to go to me, where the bitch came from. Okay? Come on. So, you know what's going on is where I'm coming from. And, I trust your insights on this. Not only you, Timmy, but if you're listening true, yeah, I'm counting on y'all. Y'all bring me some of this. We'll bring it to the show. We'll mine through it, because you've been doing a great job so far bringing me what's happening here in California, because there's a lot about this state right now, the wildfires and all of that shit, that I don't know shit about. You want to know why? Because I don't have you around, bro. And now you're here. And that's what I want to know.
Big Angry Phil is in Pasadena. California Ford, she's in Pasadena also. I'm down on the coast. I'm way down on the coast. I can go out my door and throw a rock at the port of LA.
There you go. That's why I go to you. And this is also why I go to True Sherm. He's a few hours down. He's in San Diego, right?
Okay, the orange curtain.
Yeah. And there, I think I got one other brother that is located in the Bay Area. Oh, I feel for you. How the fuck are you MGTOW in Shitsville?
Well, we call it behind the lines.
Y'all are behind enemy lines. And that's why I go to you. And that's also why we have this show. So I can see what's going on. More of this story, and then we'll go on to some other shit. Some good old fashioned baby. Back to this shit, because of course Bass, she smells like it, right? She is trying to back out of this, blame it on Crowley, make it her problem. The wokies right now are eating their own. And you're viewing this shit in real time on In the Bucket. Let me go back here to this. Bass's decision faced criticism from billionaire Rick Caruso, whose mall in the Palisades survived a deadly fire because he employed his own private resources to fight the fires. Caruso, a Republican, lost in the 2022 mayoral race to Bass about 3 years ago. Okay. It is very disappointing that Mayor Bass has decided to fire Chief Christian Crowley. Chief Crowley served Los Angeles well and spoke honestly about the severe and profoundly ill-conceived budget cuts. Ill-conceived budget cuts, guys. The Bass administration made to the LAFD. They're laughed out, right? That courage to speak the truth was brave, and I admire. Honesty in a high city official should not be a firing offense, Caruso wrote on X. Now, maybe Christian Crowley is nonpartisan, but come on, guys, let's be for real. Even firefighters, chiefs of police, they get to vote just like you and me. And being that they do, and you know what? Let me find out that Bass got Crowley's voting record. You know? I mean, but then again, you know, I'm a man going my own way, and being that I'm seeing this is that you letting DEI hires to run this shit. But
By
Caruso.
design. It's all by design.
Yes. Caruso, by design, is trying to take the onus off of Crowley and focusing on the big, fishy smelling problem. Bass. Alright? I'm not talking about fishing, you guys. Come on. He goes on to say, the mayor's decision to ignore the warnings and leave the city was hers alone. This is a time for city leaders to take responsibility for their actions and their decisions. We need real leadership, not more blame passing, Caruso said. The mayor's decision to ignore the warnings and leave the city, was hers alone. Continuing on, Bass has faced tremendous pressure and questions surrounding her decision to attend an event in Africa, Ghana, when the fires broke out on January 7th, despite days of warnings about the unprecedented weather event that drove the fires. This that I'm showing you fellas, this picture, get a good look at it. Look at it. Isn't it the same one? Isn't this the same picture that we were seeing where Donald Trump was, speaking his piece on that? Bass, the lady on the left, the black lady on the left, was speaking about it. But as this was going on, there was a fella to the left of Bass in this picture earlier in this discussion that I'm showing you, in which the man took the mic away from the bitch.
Yes, her handlers.
What was that, Timmy?
Her handlers took the mic away. She's not the last word. She's just a puppet, and somebody else has got the strings.
Boom. You are right. That's what the fuck happened here.
Hey,
so yeah,
as I see him.
Oh yeah, and that's what we all should do. Stay doing that. If you are doing that, good on you.
How do you think I survive in this shithole?
How do you all survive in this shithole?
Carefully.
Absolutely. Stay on your path, gentlemen. Because in the coming years ahead, even though you're probably, a few clicks away from danger close.
Oh, very soon, if you don't grab the mark of the beast, you will be offered up. That's a fact.
There you go. There you go. Took the words right out of my mouth.
And like the Christians, we're going to get fed to the lions if you stand up.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, fellas, this is what we're fucking with here is this ain't child's play. This some grown man shit right here. This can affect what you've worked for. This could affect what you have prepared for. You know, not a lot of plans, best laid plans, survive first contact with the enemy. Now, I'm not saying all of these are enemies, but pick yours carefully and pick those battles carefully too. That's why I say that those that do watch the bucket or participate in the bucket, like my man Timmer here, like my man Win here, like my man True Sherm there, and all of y'all that have been on this show, y'all don't just know your shit. You act upon actionable information. You know? We ain't gossip bitches out here. We're men. We don't do the gossip shit out here. Oh no. We ain't here to gossip. That's not what this show's for. This is to bring you actionable intelligence on the ground. Because they're gonna try to flip the story on you, bro.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. They're gonna flip the narrative on you, man.
MGTOW is already labeled.
Exactly. Right there off top. You have been seen as an enemy to them.
And a threat to the agenda. A MGTOW is ungovernable. He can't be controlled. He can't be shamed. He can't be insulted. But the path of least resistance is not necessarily straight.
Mm-hmm. And it isn't necessarily safe. So
nothing in life is safe. If you want to be safe, dig a hole.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Keep your head on the swivel is why we say this.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
You got that right.
Fortune favors the bold.
Yeah. You know, like I often say to Hammer, and like Hammer often says to me, you know, MGTOW's tip of the spear. You are that.
Oh, yeah.
You are here. You know? Anybody that tells you different is fucked up. Anybody that says you were sent your own way, that is nothing but controlled opposition now.
Yeah.
They used to be your allies, but they're controlled opposition now. Look right up there at the top of their head. They got strings right there next to their fucking heads. They're puppets, bro. I'm so glad you cut yours. That's why you are all here. Let's go a little deeper in this bucket. The IRS fires 6,000 employees as Orange Man slashes U.S. government. All right? This is coming from, yo, take this with a grain of salt, because this is coming from Reuters. Yes. You know, based in Airstrip 1, where they got, knife laws. Knife laws, man. You gotta just nub out the fucking sharp edges of your knife. You think Second Amendment is a problem out there? They don't have one. So let's get to this. I'm going to go ahead and sit that right there. Get started right here. And quite hopefully let you know what's going on. I'm not going to do
President
too
Donald
much.
Trump's radical government downsizing effort hit the Internal Revenue Service.
Oh, yes. He's fucking with the IRS now. Because you remember when they tried to weaponize the IRS just a couple of years ago?
He's trying to abolish it.
Ah.
He wants to go back to the tariff system, which makes a lot of sense. But like John F. Kennedy, he better be sharp.
You better be sharp because their clippers are sharp. From the back and to the left. The back and to the left.
He's got to be lucky every day. And a sniper's only got to be lucky once.
Yeah, definitely. And to have a team on it, you know? Yeah, so we'll talk about this. There's a tearful executive at the U.S. Internal Revenue Service told staffers this past Thursday from this recording that 6,000 employees would be fired. A person familiar with the matter said, in a move that would eliminate roughly 6% of the agency's workforce in the midst of the busy tax filing season. Well, I'm going to show you a little something right here. All right. This is part of Trump's plan. Whatever he's going to do with this. But I'm going to get that started for you. Feel free to comment if you want to there, Timmy. My bad.
U.S. President Donald Trump's radical government downsizing effort hit the Internal Revenue Service on Thursday. A source tells Reuters an IRS executive told employees that about 6,000 of them would lose their jobs in a move that would eliminate about 6% of the agency's workforce in the middle of the critical tax filing season. The layoffs are expected to total 6,700 and largely target workers at the agency hired as part of an expansion under Democratic President Joe Biden, who had sought to boost enforcement efforts on wealthy taxpayers. Trump's Republicans say the expansion would lead to more harassment of ordinary American taxpayers. The workers being cut are in their probationary period and have fewer protections than career employees. The dismissals target workers across all 50 states and include revenue agents, customer service workers, and IT workers, according to sources. The move to slash the government workforce is being led by tech billionaire Elon Musk, Trump's biggest campaign donor. Musk's Department of Government Efficiency team has also canceled contracts worth about $8.5 billion, involving foreign aid, diversity training, and other initiatives opposed by Trump.
See what I mean? Now, I don't know. I mean, as the days are going by, I'm starting to think that this man right here, MGTOW, do not be fooled. I hope you got a long memory here. This is the same guy that funded with a capital, funded Amber Turd against Johnny Depp. She smashed him, and she smashed this dude. I don't want to get into no Hollywood gossip here, but I've been hearing that he's got another baby on the way.
Well, every guy's one blowjob away from the plantation.
No shit, and he stays by the plantation, even though he is the world's richest man. Don't think that just because you're the world's richest man that you are safe from the gynocracy. Come on, brothers. I know you're better than this.
It's just another regime change. The pendulum's swinging the other way. This is
right on.
This is cyclic since the dawn of time. This is nothing new.
Nope. You ain't never lied right there.
From the Ming Dynasty to today, it's the golden rule. Whoever's got the gold makes the rules. And it's just their turn.
The cuts are a part of President Donald Trump's sweeping downsizing effort that has targeted bank regulators, forest workers, rocket scientists, and tens of thousands of other government employees. The effort is being led by tech billionaire Elon Musk, Trump's biggest campaign donor. Musk was on stage at the Conservative Political Action Conference, CPAC, in National Harbor, Maryland, when Argentine President Javier Milei, known for wielding a chainsaw, I know y'all might have heard of this, known for wielding a chainsaw to illustrate his drastic policies, slashing government spending, handed him one. This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy, said Musk, holding the power tool aloft as a stage prop to symbolize the drastic slashing of government jobs. Labor unions have sued to try to stop the mass firings, under which tens of thousands of federal workers have been told that they no longer have a job anymore. But a federal judge in Washington on Thursday, what did he do? There we go. That they can continue for now. They can continue for now, but they'll no longer have a job later? That's probably a part of that that severance buyout package that Trump has. I don't know, but I'll keep going on. Christy Armstrong, IRS Director of Talent Acquisition, teared up as she told employees on a phone call that about 6,000 of their colleagues would be laid off and encouraged them to support each other. Key in on that, fellas. Key in on that. You might see another government agency in the making, because the opposition to Trump would probably build off of this. This is why this story was probably put out. Ooh, I'm telling on the mountain. I'm going to keep it going. Christy Armstrong, IRS Director of Talent Acquisition. Talent acquisition. That is code speak for human resources. Do you get it? Not only just human resources, but also social engineering. Keep in mind of that, brothers. This is where the GIC is. You know that little picture that I show to y'all every now and again when I do my show? You know? It has the generations of that. Now at this point you're looking at the Kylies and Mileys. No longer the Susans or the Gertrudes. The Susans and the Gertrudes are planning their retirement right now. These Chrissy Armstrongs of the world. You know? Yeah, she's talking to the employees that are going to be laid off. Telling them to, quote unquote, support each other. But it's people like this that make the HR companies thrive in the private sector. In the private sector. Really, the DEI shit that you've been hearing in the news, all they're talking about is the government sector. But take a look around, fellas. Even in your fucking job, how many HR ticking time bombs do you see? Yes, waiting to me too, ya. Oh, how about you fellas in the college system? Whether it's athletics, or on the board, in the organization, college administration, or whatever. This is where they're going to move to. You know? This is the suite that they'll move to. And they'll stay there a little while and put out this shit, telling their workers to support each other. Only to bring you more woman-owned products. Think about this, fellas. Now, it kind of sounds like I'm out of control with it, but, you know, stay on this journey with me. You know, the reason why I bring these stories out here is that not only is the gynocracy trying to put you in to a box called a relationship, but they're also trying to grab a hold of your life even though you are single. All right. That only shows untapped commodity, an emerging market to them. Show them that this is not your path. This is not where you're going. I'm not going to merge with your path because it stops becoming my path. And so I'll continue. I'll continue to go my own way. Keep going. This Chrissy Armstrong chick, let me keep going. She was on a phone with 6,000 workers, colleagues or whatever, co-workers, whatever. Talking about that they would need to support each other. This is where they create that support base. This is where they rally each other. We'll keep going. She was pretty emotional, the worker said. Now, this is one of the lower level employees in the IRS describing the head HR, Chrissy Armstrong. Take your red pills for this one to understand where I'm coming from. The layoffs are expected to be a total of 6,700, almost 7,000, according to a person familiar with the matter, and largely target workers at the agency hired as part of an expansion under Democratic President Joe Biden, who had sought to expand enforcement efforts on wealthy taxpayers. Republicans have opposed the expansion, arguing that it would lead to harassment of ordinary Americans. And it did. You seen what happened in the past 5 years. Did it not happen to you too? Huh? It happened to you as well. And you know this, man. But I'll keep going on, man. The tax agency now employs roughly 100,000 people compared with the 80,000 before Biden took office in 2021. Remember the weaponized IRS people that he ended up hiring as an expansion? Remember that? Not only did they got audits, but they got weapons to back those audits. Go ahead.
150,000 40 caliber submachine guns and 6 million rounds of ammo.
You damn right. Independent budget analysts had estimated that the staff expansion under Biden would work to boost government revenue and help narrow trillion-dollar budget deficits. This will ensure that the IRS is not going after the wealthy and is only an agency that's really focused on the low income, said University of Pittsburgh tax law professor Philip Hackney, a former IRS lawyer. It's a travesty, he says. Those fired include revenue agents, customer service workers, specialists who hear appeals of tax disputes, and IT workers, and impact employees across all 50 states, sources said. The IRS did not respond to a request for comment. Think about it, guys. Like my man Black Ram says. Think about it. Okay, I added in the ooh, but you know where I'm going with this. Check it. This is what was happening when you started hearing those news reports where the IRS was getting weaponized and was going to start doing the audits. They weren't going after the so-called Richians, as my man True Sherm calls it. The Richians that got to pay their fair share. They were going after you if you were a 1099 independent contractor. They were going right after you. If you were collecting any investment on the public market, hey, and even if you're into Bitcoin as a speculative asset, they were going to be looking at you. That's what this is about. And probably even furthermore, but I go on to read that the IRS has taken a more careful approach to downsizing than other agencies, given that it is in the middle of the tax filing season. The agency expects to process more than 140 million individual returns by April 15th, by that filing deadline, and will retain several thousand workers deemed critical for that task, one resource said. The Trump administration's federal layoffs have focused on workers across the government who are new to their positions and have fewer protections than longer tenured employees. Meanwhile, the Trump White House is also preparing to dissolve the leadership of the U.S. Postal Service. I just heard about that today. Trump is probably going to grab a hold of the USPS. And once he does, and also, not only this, take the cartel war into account too. Once he gets this shit, it's game over for the cartel. Waiting for dismissal email. Okay. At IRS's Kansas City office, probationary workers found all functions had been disabled on their computers except email, which would deliver their dismissal notices, said Shannon Ellis, a local union leader. What the American people really need to understand is that the funds that are collected through the IRS, they fund so many programs that we use every day in our society, Elias told Reuters. But check this out. I'm going to get out of this story for a minute there. You remember the U.S. aid situation? Huh? You remember that shit? Yes. That's right, Adrian. Audit at gunpoint. We were going through that shit about 4 or 5 years around this time. See? And now what Orange Man is trying to do is dismantle it. Hey, and get this shit. USAID. Look at USAID. This is a front company. A front company for all of the intelligence agencies to funnel their little money into. Now, when I was reading, and I was saying about this book earlier, the One Nation Under Blackmail, volumes 1 and 2, and I already told you about The Devil's Chessboard by David Talbot, and also some of Jack Carr's and from the Terminal List, that's fiction, and the RFK books, like the real Anthony Fauci. What you're looking into is the front organization that funds all of these programs that these wokies have been putting on us for at least the past 20 years. Collect the data. Come to Psychesoap. We'll talk about this shit. We'll break it on down. And we'll do this shit right. You know? That's why we here. Alright. So, there's Skeletons in here, man. What's happening with you, man? How you doing? You are now in the bucket rocking with the best. The Psychesoap. And there's my nephew on the phone. Oh my god, he knows I'm off, but I'm doing my show. It's okay. I'll talk about that later with him. Alright. Skeleton say, I'm not sure I'd have anything good to say seeing as, well, shit, you know, you got here at the right time. The IRS is getting audited. I mean, it's about time, ain't it? Yeah, stay based with it. But then again, be wary of Elon. Be wary of Trump. Keep in mind, these are the fellas right now that are in charge of the pendulum. Swinging from the left of the Overton window to the right of the Overton window. You know what I'm saying? They about this money. But it ain't just about that money. They're about this power. Yes, you're right, AB. I mean, there's no reason to arm the IRS. but they'll arm the IRS against you. But then again, think of it this way. Remember when, the FBN, uh, the precursor to the DEA, I guess, or ATF, the precursors to the ATF, they could not get after Al Capone on just murders or anything like that. They got after his taxes. Even though this guy was doing philanthropic shit, all right? They still got at his ass over tax evasion. And they kept doing it, and they kept doing it. Okay, look at Hoover. He sat on his fucking hands all the way up to the year 1969 and started looking at what we call LCN or La Cosa Nostra. See, he didn't give a shit about La Cosa Nostra acting in Cuba. He didn't give a shit about that. All he wanted to do was haunt the commies. He didn't want the commies out there, but then the commies took over. See what I'm saying? See, he was willing to give the mob a pass, but he said, fuck you to the commies. And you know what? Somewhere in there, I can understand where he came from. I see where he came from on that. That makes sense. That makes sense. But bruh, it's wild. Bucket of data. I don't mean to throw all this info dump on you, but, I want y'all to just, look at what we're going on and look at what we're looking at here. Because in the buckets ahead, I would like for you all, as an assignment to you, and if you can for me, when we do these buckets, if you got, information to back up what you're saying about this bullshit, and this is the kind of data that is that is actionable, that we can act upon, that we can speak upon, and also to keep our heads on the swivel when we're out here going our own way. I mean, yeah, just like my man out here, you know what I'm saying? He's getting his own land. He's, he want to be free. And we all do. Like, yeah, and want to be free. But he's doing what he's doing. Yeah, I don't know, Skeleton. I mean, your ISP may be acting up because they know you stumbled upon the show of truth. That's right.
Big Brother's watching no matter where you are.
What you say, Timmy?
I said Big Brother's watching no matter where you are.
Oh, yeah. We are definitely in a surveillance state.
Yeah. Well, in my opinion, I believe that there's a consolidation there. Remember back in 20, the gangsters like Capone you were talking about?
100 years ago. You damn right.
There was
to this day.
All these gangs and tribes and groups, and they all had to get consolidated. Well, in my opinion, I believe you're seeing a consolidation, and the cartels ain't paying the right people, so they're getting asked out.
Ain't that nothing?
I know for a fact that Northern California has got cartel grow installations the size of football fields. You can see them from space. And Newsom knows they're up there, but he ain't doing anything about it. And 70% of the crystal meth in the United States is manufactured in California.
The criminals are armed, but the citizens aren't allowed to enforce castle doctrine.
Of course
That's
not.
bullshit, right?
Of course not. Oh, you can defend yourself, just you better have a damn good lawyer and get ready to leave the country.
Make it punishable to impede actions of the mailmen on a federal level. Safeguard the votes in the future for now. Okay. here's another thing I want to impart upon you fellas. The United States Postal Service. And it's also connected with the Ross Albrecht pardoning that Trump did. See, I think he's going to use Ross and many others that were in this dark web game, to shut it all down.
Yeah, one boss consolidation.
Where's all the weight being mailed to? Because now it isn't like, it's nowhere like the French Connection where we're moving boats. It's not like we're moving planes like Air America now. It's not like the boats and planes that were making drop-offs to Mena, Arkansas, let's say, for example. There's the new shit. We're getting into 4.0, the 4.0 version of all of this shit. Yeah, we've heard about 1.0, 2.0, 3.0 of how this works. Now we're looking at the newest upgrade to how this weight is being moved out here.
Well, data is the new currency.
Yes, there you go.
With a button, they can shut off the water, like you said, paper water, paper oil, paper gold. Between you and your Bitcoins, there's any number of people, and without the power, your ATM, your bank account's worthless.
In the USPS, this is how a lot of users and a lot of small level dealers are getting their product out to you, because they took advantage of the fact that to open a man's mail is a violation of their privacy, and unless a violation of their space.
Unless the dog sniffs it out, then they have probable cause. The interdiction is in the Postal Service. They're part and parcel. But
bingo.
The USPS has been running at a loss for over 10 years.
But their runnings for the last 10 years have gotten better. Strange. Now, I'm not talking about the 9/11 days, the Senator Tom Daschle sending of packages, because back then they used to check your mail when you did that. Now the heat's blown over on the counterterrorism front.
Well,
the new terrorist is now the cartel, and how they ship their product is through the United States Postal Service, because they know your ass ain't gonna check it.
Right. They took away all of the enforcers. You can.
They moved them to the IRS.
Yes.
They moved them to the IRS. They got them up out of USPS because counterterrorism is no longer their focus. Cartel is now their focus. And so now they're going to move whatever weaponizations that they used to have with the IRS and all of that. They're moving them over to the Postal Service now, bro.
Well, it's one step until they catch up to it. I mean, you know anything about the tunnels from Mexico to the United States?
That's moving it on the ground physically.
Right. Well, we're up to the next phase,
where they're sending it to people from house to house with using just airmail to you, like Amazon. Amazon is for the drugs. That's what's happening now. That's what's happening. That is the latest upgrade, guys. That's what's happening.
Well, money will get you anything.
Oh yeah.
You can buy enough. This is America. You can buy justice. You can buy anything. Look at the two the old farts. Look at Bill Gates. Look at the agriculture. I mean, mega culture. conglomerates, they've amassed power to conglomeration. And now we're seeing a condensing. They're bringing it, they're consolidating all the gangs to the top mobsters, and then they're going to divvy out from there. And we ain't in that club.
Yep. There is enough cold cash to look the other way. Just like Ice-T said about the high rollers, street players. The new street players, dude, they're too busy. Yo, the opioid crisis. You're thinking tunnels going from border to border.
Oh, no.
No, that's the story that they're distracting you with.
Right.
They're getting through. Look, there are rogue employees in the USP, in the Postal Service, by the way, guys. This is not only ran by the government, but it's also private sector. Much like the Fed, private sector shipping companies.
Big Pharma, they got their own shipping.
Boom! Through your normal pathways in the United States Parcel Service. It's not, okay, it ain't just UPS. It ain't just FedEx. In fact, they're more secure than our own government postal service. Take a look. Take a look. You're in the bucket. You came to the right place, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they still tripping on Timmy's chirp.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, damn it, change the battery, bro. All right, Skeleton, say what you say?
I can't reach them. They're 9'8" ceilings, and I only got a 6-foot ladder.
Oh, what the hell?
Yeah.
You can make up the other 3 feet. Come on now.
Well, tell you what, stop over Thursday. I'll hand it to you, and I'll buy you a beer.
I'm on the other side of the country, bro.
There you go.
I'm in flyover world, but yeah, more into this. Skeletons say the twisting of those laws to get Al Capone to recently penalizing the January 6ers is beyond criminal. Oh, what, Rico? Let me see. AB say audits turn out to be a Ruby Ridge scenario. Can almost see that happening. Now, the only Ruby Ridge scenario that I can see happening is what's going on in California now, having to do with the fires and waters that we were talking about earlier. But back to this. Skeletons say Al Capone's RICO case was intended to getting his documents, fearing their disposal, extending confinement beyond the rights of an American citizen using the same laws was absolute weaponization. There is a weaponization going on in our postal service. You do know that it is against the law for anyone to open your mail. That's the last privacy that I can think of from the government that you have. But Trump, I'm sorry, Orange Man and all of them are going to bust it. They're going to bust that shit out. Bust that shit wide open. I kind of wish I had Hammerhand's Bust It Wide Open Thriller Michael Jackson thing. But anyway, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? I got my own. Hey, no disrespect to Hammer, but I got my own. Damn! From Psychesoap. I know you got to hit the store, do what you do. All right, Skeleton say psychological warfare and Psychesoaping. Psychesoaping. Mental warfare and other online information battles for the next ownership front. The human mind is the target at multiple levels. That is correct.
Media, period.
Yep. Social media. You're right. You're looking at that right now in real time. We're doing that right now as we speak. The thing is what are you going to do with it?
Well, you just haven't pissed off the right people yet.
I don't know. I think I'm getting there, man.
they'll get around to you, but once you get like Hammer, once you get to 7,000-8,000 subs, they're going to axe you. I mean, we can't let you men have no fun, you know. I mean,
Oh yeah, I mean, shit.
I mean,
A man with a smile on his face is against the law, bro. You know that.
Yeah. Well, a happy man is a woman's bane.
You got that right. Shit.
I think the single dumbest phrase in military history.
Wait a minute. Let me put that on. Because this is going to go on to the next phase of our conversation, and that would be the newly appointed Secretary of Defense. The new SecDev is Pete Hegseth. And from what I'm seeing here in his record, he has special forces. He has, activity. He has, special operations on his resume. There's another brother of ours that, in our community anyway, that does have special forces in his resume, and that is the man Terrence Pop. Big up. I've been on the show Redonkulous. Y'all check him out. This guy has been in the soup with these motherfuckers. He was in the belly of the beast too, but he had to get out, making him an indigestible shit of bowel, and they couldn't fuck with him. They couldn't fuck with him, which is probably why they got out. Good man here. Send a salute to our troops, not just those that are supporting, but those that are actually war fighting. And the war fighter.
I spent a little time in the sandbox myself there.
There you go. That's why you here. You one of the good ones, man.
I got endocycled because I was pissing off too many people. The answer I got too often was, it's above your pay grade.
And this is what we're all looking at. Shit that is above our pay grade. For real, for real. And what's happening with the military is being changed as we speak. Because now the new SecDev, Hegseth, the shit that he had to go through, those cackling hens. I know y'all remember that shit. There was, Elizabeth Warren. There were other females that were in the fucking... All of the hens that ran a lot of the armed forces were just... And the reason why that was, this is why you were seeing these woke fucking policies being pushed into the military.
Well, the Army, Navy, and Air Force is run by men in dresses. Just getting queers out of the military is going to be an uphill job.
Hell, well shit, with the help of my state, South Dakota, we had just sent another pantsuit, another politicarian, another man in a dress to run this border situation. Now that we made the cartel a terrorist by law, this guy is going to have to get into the shit with a Republican female. Trad thoughts. Guys, trad thoughts. Don't think that just because they bitches and they speak your fucking language does not necessarily mean they're on your side. Do keep your head on a swivel. And I don't give a fuck whether or not they're black, white, or whatever. The point is that they're Western women. And the Western women is the gynocentric industrial complex. And they are now in government. Don't think that just because they got an R next to their name that they got it right. Keep your head on a swivel. Use your MGTOW for more than a hat rack, fellas.
Yeah. The heart of a woman is as cold as the crypt. Don't
thank you.
Our diversity is our...
Thank you.
I think the single dumbest phrase in military history is our diversity is our strength. I think our strength is our unity. Our strength is our shared purpose.
That's what I said.
Regardless of our background, regardless of how we grew up, regardless of our gender,
That's what I said. I think he's right. Let me pump that one more again. Let me play this for you fellas one more again, because what he just got through saying was the very first thing that I was thinking before he even said this shit. Every time, they tried to turn the military into a corporate America woke wasteland, this was the shit that I was thinking, It pissed me off the way that they were doing it. But wasn't this the first thing that came to your mind when this was happening?
By design.
All right. So, yeah, let me play that shit one more again. Maybe I'll just keep the captions on for y'all just in case. Fuck it.
I think the single dumbest phrase in military history is our diversity is our strength. I think our strength is our unity. Our strength is our shared purpose, regardless of our background, regardless of how we grew up, regardless of our gender, regardless of our race. In this department, we will treat everyone equally. We will treat everyone with fairness. We will treat everyone with respect. And we will judge you as an individual by your merit and by your commitment to the team and the mission. That's how it has been. That's how it will be.
See?
But he's expendable.
Oh, yeah. And he has gotten a crash course in that before he did that. Because he was an operator. He was a Special Forces operator before he got into this.
But he wasn't let into the Star Chamber, and now he is. And he's going to be splashing in somebody else's pond. Remember, think of the money. Follow the money.
If you fellas...
Too many people, he's going to pull a Houdini.
Oh, yeah. If you fellas are familiar with war history, with war fighter history, also with Special Forces history, this is kind of equivalent of taking Audie Murphy and putting him and therefore promoting him to the Army Chiefs of Staff. This guy knows how to operate on the ground. But then all of a sudden they uproot him and put him in the clouds along with the president's cabinet.
But remember, like a cop, a soldier is nothing but a trained dog for a politician. Period. Soldiers don't run without orders. Cops don't work unless they're ordered.
Say that again for the people in the back there.
A soldier, like a cop, is nothing but a trained dog for a politician. Period. And I woke up and dumped out.
Abso-fucking-lutely. Timmy! Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth ordered the Pentagon to cut 8% of next year's defense budget, around $50 billion, from low impact to low priority Biden era programs to redirect the funds toward President Donald Trump's America First priorities. The military will put together a list of programs that could be axed to fund Trump's plans, including so-called climate change and other woke programs, as well as excessive bureaucracy, according to a statement from Acting Deputy Secretary of Defense Robert Salesses on Wednesday night. It was unclear from the statement what new programs would receive the money, but it said Trump's priorities included securing our borders, building the Iron Dome for America, and ending radical and wasteful government DEI programs and preferencing. Redirecting the funds would refocus the department on its core mission of deterring and winning wars, according to the statement. As head of the military, Hegseth has sworn he will eradicate diversity initiatives at the Pentagon, which he has said draw energy from its battle readiness and warrior ethos. Earlier this month, he restricted transgender people from enlisting, eliminated Identity Month uh, celebrations like Black History Month at the Defense Department. As it says, Doge cuts wouldn't touch military capabilities. What I see with this one here, Timmy, is that he is not going to let. Okay, well, the Doge cuts that they're announcing and that they have seen in the U.S. aid, which is, basically the Central Intelligence Agency going wild over programs that don't mean a fuck, that don't make any sense. I can give this to him. This makes sense to me. I'll keep going. The Pentagon has an $850 billion annual budget, the largest of any federal department, although Hegseth said Elon and his federal agency cutting team were welcome at the Pentagon. Military services handed over lists of their probationary employees for expected layoffs, he said last week. Any cuts to defense spending would not be to the detriment of American operational or tactical capabilities. Which means they're not going to cut the spooks. They're not going to cut the grunts. Quite hopefully from this statement, if it makes any sense, all he's doing is he's using the laws on the book, the team on the ground, to wipe out whatever fucking issue or problem that we have on the ground. I'm for it, but, keep your head on the swivel, fellas.
I believe they're just switching from the Democrat tax and spend to rubbing out the weak and taking theirs. Why should I tax everybody when nobody's working, when I just take it from the rich bastards that the other chumps were making? So I go into your house and I take what's yours.
I gotta get mine, so I'ma take yours. I gotta get mine, so I'ma take yours. USA, baby! Yeah. But anyway, Trump deployed an additional 1,500 active duty soldiers and Marines to the southern border to add to the 25,000 already stationed there, and sent 4 military aircraft to El Paso and San Diego to carry out deportations. True Sherm, if you are listening to this part, True Sherm, this is Soap talking to you, brother. This is your brother right here. Yo, the facts on the ground with this going on right here, having to deal with the 1,500 active duty soldiers and Marines to the southern border to add 2,500 already stationed there, and sent 4 military aircraft to El Paso and San Diego. Okay, you might not have the facts on the ground with El Paso, but the facts on the ground in California. Let me know what's going on in this. You can, come into the show or tell me. You can tell this. You could talk about this on your show. Because there's another thing, too. If you are not subscribed on the True Sherm Show, what the fuck are you doing here? So, this is a request. This is not a demand. This is not an assignment to you or anything, but I would like to know the facts on the ground with this part right here, and let's see if this shit is lip service. Let's see if Hegseth is talking out of his ass. Let's see if this is going on. Let's see if this is really true. All right? Because just because we got these phones and tablets and desktops and laptop computers, that don't mean shit. It's whether or not these folks are going to act upon what they say. And now we, the people, have got to check in on this shit. It's now we got to do our job as who we are, residents and or citizens of this nation. Now, let me keep going on with this last part and I'll go to something else. In an executive order last month, he laid out a plan for an Iron Dome in America. Iron Dome, right? The development of a more robust missile defense system. I'm thinking it's Star Wars Part 2. It is unclear how much it would add on top of the roughly $10 billion marked out for the agency tasked with missile defense every year. They're going to have to be a lot more efficient with this. You know, you think so, Timmy? I don't know, man. But they're going to have to be.
Was put at the border in support facility only. Our Constitution does not allow for military to be involved in social skirmish unless directed by Congress.
Yeah. To the comments. Tom Landry. I know a guy who worked on some of the wall in Arizona. He said you would see people just walking on through unhindered. Of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
Biden tied their hands.
Yeah. Not like huge lines of people, but like straight up. Random dudes skittering on by. Right next to the construction guys. What the fuck? Skeletons say, the United States government doesn't create money as a business. It acquires funds from taxation and does with it as it deems fit. That corruption part, the corruption is part and parcel, should have been routed from Jump Street. Well, it's been routed before, you know, and throughout history, you know. I've even seen the history of how Jefferson did it, him versus Hamilton. I've seen how Andrew Jackson did it. I've seen how Woodrow Wilson did it throughout the Jekyll Island meeting. I've seen it through what's his name, Roosevelt, and how he was handling the what is this shit called? The Bretton Woods Agreement. Bretton Woods Agreement.
Don't forget the Vanderbilts.
And that's in between there. That's somewhere between where Andrew Jackson did his thing and from where Woodrow Wilson did his thing. That is where that occurs. That's right, Timmy. And then, you know, what Nixon did by taking us off of the gold standard. You know, these events, these key events that I was telling you about, is what was happening to our money throughout time. On and over time. And they're getting a new one ready right now as we speak.
By design, that's right. They didn't change the playbook. They just changed the color of the uniforms.
Mm-hmm.
It's still the same playbook, the same shit. This is not new. This has been going on for a long time. I mean, even the state of California was founded on corruption and greed.
Mm-hmm. It's waterways, corruption and greed.
First, it was the gold rush first.
Yes, yes.
And then the waterway. Look up Mulholland. He murdered 200 settlers just so he'd get his aqueduct through there.
Good old Terry Mulholland. Yep.
Yep.
See?
There isn't a politician alive that ain't got blood on his hands.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You think all they're doing is shaking hands. What you're, you know, unless you are like in tune to like we are, you don't see the blood that's lubricating that fucking handshake. Don't mean to get into that graphically like it is, but there you go. I mean, damn. Trump deletes nationwide database on police misconduct found after St. Floyd's murder. Okay. Okay, let's see what's going on here. President Donald Trump and the Justice Department have shuttered the first nationwide database tracking misconduct by federal police, the DOJ confirmed to the Washington Post on Thursday. The database, created in response to the murder of George Floyd in 2020 by Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin, was designed to prevent bad police officers from jumping to new agencies and starting over with clean records. Ironically, Trump was the one to propose this database during his first term in 2020, but wasn't created until an executive order by Joe Biden creating the National Law Enforcement Accountability Database. Trump issued an order last month revoking Biden's orders in the database. While the database only covered federal law enforcement officers and not local, state, or county officers, it contained nearly 150,000 federal officers and agents from the FBI and our IRS all the way to the Railroad Retirement Board? What the fuck? Y'all still dealing with that? After Rockefeller? Standard Oil? Wow. Wow. Keep going. While the database had only been launched in December 2023, it had already, by the end of last year, contained disciplinary records from all 90 executive branch agencies with law enforcement officers dating back to 2017, according to a report issued by the Justice Department in December. Trump's rescinding of Biden's executive order was part of his effort to dramatically downsize the power and scope of the federal government. The order in question laid out steps to improve use of force standards and research, ensured appropriate use of body cameras, and required anti-bias training. Oh boy. In addition to creating misconduct database, the Washington Post reported that the Justice Department and the White House had declined to explain their reasoning for decommissioning the database. Trump's executive order, signed on January 20th, revoked dozens of Biden's executive orders, saying that they had embedded deeply unpopular, inflationary, illegal, radical practices within every agency and office of the federal government. At least one police advocacy group had expressed criticism of the database, saying that officers were not given the chance to challenge the information about them before it entered the database, the Post reported. Police reform experts were unsurprised, but disappointed by the shutdown. What the fuck is going on there?
But they still have qualified immunity.
Well, even that, from what I'm reading, even that is at odds with the policy going on, you know?
Yeah, but at current state, a cop can shoot your kid in the back and get a paid vacation.
Yep.
That's a fact.
Yep.
And the internet, YouTube especially, is flooded with dirty cops getting busted. And they don't see a day in jail. Why do you think that is?
Qualified immunity, man.
Well, you got to have the bootlickers. Instead of making a new trained dog, you just take an old one.
What the fuck? And this story goes on to say, everyone, cops, and communities alike has an interest in keeping officers with histories of serious misconduct from rejoining the profession. Thomas App, the director of the Violence Reduction Center at the University of Maryland, told the Washington Post, excuse me, nonpartisan public safety reforms like these should be placed above politics and maintained across administrations. Lauren Bonds, executive director of the National Police Accountability Project, told the Post that Trump has made clear through actions such as this that he doesn't think law enforcement accountability advances public safety. No, it's not that he doesn't think that law enforcement accountability advances public safety. It's that how you handled law enforcement accountability. You'll use that accountability board to get rid of cops that actually do justify police work. You know?
Want to buy a bridge?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sounds like a lot of fluff to me.
Yeah.
Let's see. I remember seeing Mr. Trump at a press meeting where they could take your guns without asking you, and he said, "Well, we'll take the guns first, and we'll think about due process later." I heard that from his lips myself.
Wow.
So again, collateral damage. They're consolidating the mobsters, and he wants to be the king mobster.
Oh.
After all, at the end of the day, he's a politician.
Doing what politicians do, of course. And now this one. Judge temporarily bars DHS from deporting 8 asylum seekers. Asylum seekers, guys. Are you willing to believe that? Now, I got a bridge in London to sell you. Oh, shit.
An immigrant. Yeah.
There they go. A federal judge on Thursday temporarily barred the Department of Homeland Security, which is now ran by Kristi Noem, by the way, and the Coast Guard is under the Homeland Security banner. They're no longer under the Department of Defense because it used to be an armed force under that. Now it is one of the police agencies that are in the Department of Homeland Security. So it's ICE on land, but Coast Guard on sea. Ice on land, Coast Guard on sea, land, sea, air, ice, fire, and water. I don't know what the fuck. Shit. From deporting 8 migrant asylum seekers, I put in air quotes because I don't believe this shit, who claimed they would face severe violence and threats if returned to their countries of origin. Because you probably was a motherfucking snitch. Or you probably was a fucking drug mule running it for them. And if they send your ass back over there, you know what your home country's gonna do. It's gonna you out. You're done, dude.
Well, they probably got caught with their hands in a cookie jar and cut and run.
Oh, yeah. Some of them did cut and run to do that. Damn, they still got pagers? What the fuck? That dude has a pager on his chest. But anyway, the U.S. District Judge, Randolph Moss, not Randy Moss, guys, Randolph Moss, a U.S. District Judge, appointee of former President Barack Obama, issued a 96-hour hold on Thursday, pausing the Trump administration's deportations until noon this coming Monday from this recording, and that would make it 24th from this recording. On Monday, while attorneys brief him on whether he has the authority to halt the DHS from proceeding with the removals. Lawyers of the Justice Department argued Thursday morning that Moss lacks jurisdiction to intervene in the matter. Oh, okay. So he lacks jurisdiction, yet he's
It's over
CBP.
his pay grade. It's over his pay grade.
Right on. That is indeed what it's telling us. Okay, that makes sense, Timmy. In an emergency motion filed one day, Before the Thursday hearing, groups representing the asylum seekers asserted that the 8 individuals faced immediate risk of deportation. The migrants are represented by the National Immigrant Justice Center, the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, Immigrants' Rights Project, keep that in mind, fellas, and the Center for Gender and Refugee Studies. What the fuck? So, the woke was that deep. It was in government. What the fuck?
It's a shell corporation for dirty money.
Got it. That USAID shit that you guys are hearing in the news, don't think for one fucking second that this is illegitimate. Don't you think so? There's a reason why the mainstream media is pissed at this. These are one of the shell companies, as you put it, Timmy, that are being used to spend this USAID money. It's one of them. It even screams it. It shows it right here in front of us. I'm surprised they even let us know this much. According
plausible deniability. You always gotta have your shill. You always gotta have your sucker. You always gotta have a patsy.
Plausible deniability? That's the currency of the intelligence community. For real.
Expendable patsies.
You gotta have them. The more you have, the more of a bank you got. See, they stop spending the money and they start spending the patsies. That's how this works.
Right. It's a big shit sandwich. The more bread you got, the less shit you gotta eat.
Yo, I had to do that to that one. According to the complaint, the plaintiffs fled their home countries to escape persecution, violence, and life-threatening situations. 2 Afghan asylum seekers, AM and ZA, names are abbreviated to protect the innocent, fled with their young children, fearing Taliban retaliation for their political beliefs. NS, from Ecuador, escaped domestic abuse and threats from her ex-partner, a police officer. Another Ecuadorian, BR, survived cartel violence, including kidnapping and torture, and fears being targeted again. GA, gay, from Brazil, risks severe domestic abuse if deported, while MA, from Egypt, endured imprisonment and torture for his pro-democracy activism and fears further persecution. However, some of the plaintiffs involved may have already been subject to deportations by the Trump administration. During the hearing, a DOJ attorney informed that a DOJ attorney informed Moss that NS, the one from Ecuador that escaped domestic abuse, NS may have already been removed from this country, according to a local CBS affiliate. So, this is what you could hope they would do. Take these deportations on a case-by-case basis. Let me know why the fuck you're here. Let me know why you're seeking asylum. Because if you here over some bullshit, you gotta go. You gotta go. Okay, I see where Orange Man's coming from on that, but keep it going. The lawsuit is part of a broader legal battle over President Donald Trump's recent proclamation declaring the situation at the border, at the southern border, an invasion, and directing Secretary of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, former governor of my state, Sodak, to repel, repatriate, or remove non-citizens crossing the border. In a motion to dismiss filed on February 11th, DOJ attorneys described the group servicing the plaintiffs as organizations that provide legal services to aliens and defended the president's proclamation, emphasizing that millions of aliens who potentially pose significant risks to health, safety, and national security have moved into communities nationwide. The plaintiffs argued that the proclamation unlawfully expands the president's powers under the Immigration and Nationality Act, which allows the suspension of entry but does not permit summary expulsion of non-citizens already on U.S. soil. So the laws on the book, to my understanding, the laws on the books gotta make sure that Trump is doing this on a case-by-case basis. You can't just summarily kick people out. You got to look at the case of that person. If they're truly an asylee, someone seeking asylum in the country, you got to look at their case. And if this is sufficient enough to keep them here, and helpful to a lot of the investigations being ran by, Homeland Security or Department of Justice or Customs and CBP, shit like that, then we can keep you here. If it's not helpful to us, if you were just here trying to, get a little free ride and you weren't about this country, you were not trying to be here to further benefit the nation, and you don't pledge allegiance to this nation, then your ass gotta go, baby. Okay, so hopefully, those that are in those agencies, whether it's Justice, Homeland Security, in Defense, the Department of Defense as well, because they're involved. We had just the Orange Man just put in a policy that makes any cartel member a terrorist. All right. So what they're going to need to do is collect information from them. Just like I said in the last show, they're in Gitmo. And, hopefully they don't gotta torture the information or do enhanced interrogation to get the information out of them. But it depends on how important that information is as to whether or not it's actionable. They're putting actionable intelligence at the forefront. If it's not actionable intelligence, then why the fuck are you here?
Sounds like they're recruiting assets to me.
Yes. Both sides, dare I say. Both sides. Let me see here. Now, where was I at? Oh, yes. Well, I'll continue on from where I read already to make sure we are where we are. The plaintiffs argue that the proclamation unlawfully expands the president's powers under the Immigration and Nationality Act, which allows the suspension of entry but does not permit summary expulsion of non-citizens already on U.S. soil. The proclamation is as unlawful as it is unprecedented, the complaint said. Indeed, the proclamation does not even exempt unaccompanied children, despite the specific protections such children receive by statute. I'm going to tell you why that is. Complainant, whoever said that the proclamation was unlawful. It's that, okay, if the facts on the ground ring true, we have got to get that intelligence. That right there, how important your information is, dictates whether or not you can stay in this country. If it's not helpful, this is sad though. This is sad. Because these are some people that would like to be in the land of opportunity. But there are some fucks that want to use our laws and, wipe their ass with it, burn our flags with it, and live here and not give a shit. All right? So they're trying to see whether or not these are assets, as you had pointed out, Timmy, or whether or not they're liabilities to us. If they're liabilities, yo ass gotta go. That's what this says. Let me continue. But the DOJ contends that INA's provisions have largely been rendered ineffective due to the sheer number of illegal border crossings each year. The president thus determined that the current situation at the southern border qualifies as an invasion, the DOJ said. Moss gave the Trump administration until midnight today. So on my time, they got about 3 hours from the time I'm seeing this to submit arguments on why he lacks authority to lacks authority to prevent the removals. Plaintiffs and refugee groups must respond by midnight tomorrow. And that's like what? 3 hours from now? Okay. A hearing is scheduled for 9 a.m. on Monday, and we'll talk about it on next week. Next week's bucket. All right. In a separate but related matter, a federal judge on Friday blocked the Trump administration's effort to transfer 3 Venezuelan immigrants to Gitmo. The men had won a restraining order preventing their transfer, but were instead deported directly to Venezuela on Monday. Ooh. This comes as the administration continues using an army post in El Paso, Texas, to send Venezuelan immigrants to Gitmo as part of its immigration enforcement crackdown. Because they're going to try to get that information from them. They're going to try to get they're going to try to get intelligence from them and see where it's going to go.
Well, they got to put them in a clearinghouse to find out who they can squeeze and who's just a peon. And those that want to assimilate, or at least lie and say they're going to assimilate, as opposed to the real players.
You got it. That's what I was thinking, in a way.
Because he can't send them right to Gitmo. Hammer said it best. The day he got sworn in, he can't take a shit without getting sued.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to throw everything in his way because there's too much money to be made here, Psych.
Oh, yeah.
There's way too much money to be made here.
Yeah. There's enough cold cash to look the other way, man.
I mean,
sure.
Newsom dumped $2 billion into homeless and can't account for it. And we're just supposed to just let that go. So what do you think the feds are doing?
Oh. Woo. Yeah. Some of them are looking above their pay grade, but are looking at back doors in which they can get money up off of that shit.
Right. I won't rat you out if you break me off.
Mm-hmm. Tom Landry say, I bet we went off the gold standard way before that. When they announced it, it officially is when the House of Cards collapsed but couldn't be kept secret anymore. That's true. We all know that now. It was happening between the Jekyll Island meeting and when Nixon announced it. But in the middle of that, there was the Bretton Woods Agreement. And I think this was FDR's territory here. But yeah, that they was already working on that. Now it's all in, right there in your face.
You can trace it all the way back to the assembly of the Federal Reserve.
Speaking of the Federal Reserve, what's currently in Fort Knox?
Yeah, like I said, a bunch of gold-plated lead.
Ooh-wee. That is a good segue to where we want to go here. Let's go. All right. So this one is like Musk and Trump question Fort Knox's $400,000 billion gold supply. But Basit says it's still there. Here's what we know. Gold just went down 0.28%. So it went down 28 basis points. So it's like, less than 1%. It went down, but it'll continue to go up. Continue buying gold, fellas. But you know what? You gotta be after it. And I mean after it. Further than the bullion makers like APMEX and others, you gotta be on this shit, because not only are you doing it, citizens are doing it, Elon is doing it, and the Chinese are doing it. Let's keep it real. The Chinese know our shit they know our paper's bullshit. They know our paper's bullshit. So what they're trying to do is back the currency on their own, and at the same time, backing it in a cryptocurrency with the BRICS nations. What are you saying, Tom?
Petrodollars is there. China and the Middle East are converting over to petrodollars instead of American dollars.
That's a part of it, but and for a while I thought that they were doing away with that, since the petrodollar is about to go bye-bye and they have all been selling us green technology. Now there's this data. They're wanting to take advantage of the data currency now, and blockchain technology, and backing it in gold. I'm thinking crypto backed in gold. I mean, how simple is that? I think that's what they're trying to do. But to answer your question, RO, check this out. There's a story about that, and you just got me over here. Thank you. Elon Musk, the world's richest man and head of the powerful DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency, and President Trump elevated decades-old conspiracies, we'll use this in air quotes or whatever, about the state of the United States government's gold reserve at Fort Knox this week, as Trump vowed to take a rare look inside the tightly guarded facility. Key facts. Beginning last Saturday, Musk shared several social media posts questioning the state of the government's infamous gold reserves at Fort Knox, asking if the gold is still there or gone, and calling for a live video walkthrough of the facility. Senator Rand Paul, from Kentucky, technically the junior, soon-to-be senior senator of Kentucky, because he's going to replace Turtle Man, Yertle the Turtle, Bitch McConnell. He responded, "Let's do it," to one of Musk's posts calling for annual audits of Fort Knox. And Trump joined the discourse late Wednesday over this week from this podcast, telling reporters, "We hope everything's fine with Fort Knox, but we're going to go to Fort Knox to make sure the gold is there. If the gold isn't there, we're going to be upset," Trump added. If the gold's gone, I'm thinking China has something to do with it, fellas. What you think?
Well, they probably still got the gold. It just ain't there.
Ah.
And President Trump is going to walk through and see racks of gold painted lead. And everything will look hunky dory. And that's just what they're going to tell us.
There's no evidence, according to this, to support theories about missing gold, but the state of the reserve is tightly sealed. U.S. Bullion Depository in Fort Knox, Kentucky holds 147.3 million troy ounces of gold, or about 59% of the Treasury's total supply, according to the U.S. Mint. With gold trading at more than $3,000 as of this recording per troy ounce on the open market Tuesday means that the Fort Knox gold has a market value of $434 billion. The market value of Europe's most valuable public company, Tiffany and Louis Vuitton parent LMVH. However, the government denotes the value of this gold at Fort Knox as just $6 billion based on the government set book value for gold of $42.22 per troy ounce. This is the chief critic, the official nominally in charge of gold, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, threw cold water on Trump and Musk's Fort Knox doubt Thursday in a Thursday interview with Bloomberg. We do an audit every year. I can tell all the gold is there, Bessent said, referring to an audit conducted back in September. Now, who's been in Fort Knox's gold reserves? The Fort Knox Depository has only opened its doors to non-authorized personnel on 3 occasions. In 1943 for FDR, in Bretton Woods, guys. We just got through talking about this. 1943 for President FDR. In 1974, who was president around that time? Yep. Dickie Nixon. Took us off the gold standard. 1974. He resigned on that year. You know what's up. So that's why it all connects. But keep it going. I'm on my wall of crazy. Bear with me. For 10 Congress members to break down cobwebs to reassure the public that their gold is intact and safe. And in 2017, for a delegation including Senator Mitch McConnell of Kentucky and then Treasury Secretary Stephen Mnuchin. It's freakishly well secured. Then Government Matt Bevin of Kentucky said after visiting the Fort Knox Depository in 2017. The gold is safe, Bevin added. The Musk-led skepticism about whether or not the Fort Knox gold supply matches the government's accounting strikes a similar tune. The New York Times article on the 1974 visit was headlined, and remember this, guys, visitors get a peek at Fort Knox gold. It's there. Let me go on. How much gold does the U.S. have? The U.S. is by far the most prolific government steward of gold. I don't believe that. I think Switzerland is. The Fort Knox of the world has gotta be Basel, Switzerland. Or Geneva, Switzerland. One of the damn two. But anyway, let me keep going up. The U.S. is by far the most prolific government steward of gold, with 8,133 metric tons of the precious metal in its reserves, more than twice as much as the next largest gold holder in Germany. Nah, I don't believe that shit. That's Switzerland, motherfucker. That's Switzerland, not Germany. What the fuck? And its reserves account for nearly 4% of the above ground gold supply globally, according to bullion industry organization World Gold Council. Crucial quote. The crucial quote, according to this, I think the gold is there, says former Representative Ron Paul, father of Senator Paul. So, Ron Paul, fellas, if you guys are, familiar with this, he was one of the libertarian Republicans pushing for the gold standard to bring us back to the gold standard. You guys remember this? Come on. I know you do. I know you do. So he, Ron Paul, told the Telegraph in an interview released Saturday, but who owns the reserves is a question because there's a lot of borrowing and gimmickry that goes on, continued the elder Paul, who has long supported a Fort Knox audit, introducing a Gold Reserve Transparency Act to the House floor in 2011. Keep your head on the swivel for this, guys. Now that Doge is in, and we've all been hearing talk, I know you've heard of this, that Ron Paul had been collaborating or been in collusion with Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, bringing out Doge this way. And what we're trying to do, you know what would be fucked up, bro? What they're trying to do? You know what would be fucked up that I would see here? What if we are put back on the gold standard? And what if our currency is no longer the $1 bill? What if it hijacks the value of crypto somehow? Because look, we're in a race right now. It's not the space race. It's not the arms race. It's the currency race happening right now. Look at Bitcoin. You see how, you see where it is right now. It's more than 30 times the amount of gold right now. You see how they place value on whatever the fuck they want to place value on? And then we look at this Fort Knox thing. Actual currency, actual money, actual gold. Now, I do want to believe what Ron Paul is saying. I mean, after all, his son is the senator of the state in question where Fort Knox stands. All right? Pretty soon, in the coming 10 years ahead, you are going to see a switch up like no other. A switch up that makes our departure from the golden standard look like child's play. The Bretton Woods Agreement ain't gonna be shit. Probably the new creature on Jekyll Island will rear its ugly head today. I recommend that as some reading for all my psychonauts out there. Check it out. I'll keep going with this article and then we'll find a way to wrap up the show somehow. Why is gold held at Fort Knox? The U.S. Bullion Depository was built in the 1930s as a need for a centralized, secure location for much of the government's bullion emerged. Remember, the 1930s? I don't know. Y'all might have not even been born in that year, but you know what they were doing back then. Sell all of your gold to us. Yeah, that happened. FDR did it. It's in history. Look around. Look it up. Let me keep going. Its Kentucky location was due to concerns that the existing reserves along the East Coast were more susceptible to foreign attack, with Europe on the precipice of war. From 1941 to 1944, the facility held the Constitution and Declaration of Independence. Quick tangent according to this. Renewed public interest in U.S. gold reserves comes as the precious metal became an unlikely hot commodity on Wall Street. Gold prices have surged more than 40% over the past 12 months and 10% this year alone, outperforming major stock indexes as investors seek the long after precious metal in the face of ballooning government debt and inflation concerns. Our debt, $37 trillion. Our gold, according to this, it was $434 billion. What you're trying to do, and they better pull it off soon, before China brings up its middle finger and says, fuck you. That gold ain't gonna pay that debt. See, and now I know why Trump was voted for by some people. Because they realized, on and over the years, the value of the work of the American people was cut in half. MGTOW, you already know how that worked. We brought the Wymans in there. Ooh. Right? And that cut our value. Making our reserve banks, U.S. Mint, collaborating with the private banks, making it the Fed, as we do see today, the Federal Reserve, U.S. Mint, all under the banner of the Secretary of the Treasury. Bessent is there now. Janet Yellen, I think, is a treasurer, if I'm not mistaken. President of the Fed, Jerome Powell. Watch what these fools do with this money here in a minute. And indeed, stack your chips and get your paper and make sure that that value is where it needs to be. There's another thing that they're not mentioning. The value of our copper. The value of our silver. That value has been manipulated. Watch what we do with this shit, America.
But it's all going back to government dependency equals government control.
You goddamn right.
It's all of this, that whole shebang sounded like, well, we investigated ourselves and we found nothing wrong. Nothing to see here. Move along.
Just like the oh yeah, my man brought up the pallets full of lies. Yeah. Kind of reminds me of that scene in Afghanistan when Hamid Karzai was the president. And they were bringing in pallets of American banknotes, American 100s, authentic, might I add, of printed money there. There's nothing to see here. No, that right there, that makes no sense.
Yeah, well, I got pictures of airborne rangers sitting in dumpsters full of gold bars from Saddam's palace.
There were even special operators that were sitting in dumpsters of gold bars from Hitler.
Oh,
Getting Nazi gold, special operations. There was even a good movie that was built upon that.
Yeah, he was looting Europe.
Oh yeah, and we got it back from them. So did the Russians, believe it or not.
No. To the top dog goes the spoils.
Yes, sir. That's the spoils of war.
Why should I earn it when I can just steal it? That's why they're cutting government. There's too many greedy hands in the pie, and they want more pie. So, like the mobsters of old, you put a hit on them, and if you can't hit them with bullets, then you hit them with the courts.
And then we give them the promises through our covert operations. Like, you either get the silver or the lead.
Right.
You know?
You're going to make an offer you can't refuse.
Yeah. Tom Landry say, that's hopeful thinking. Lead costs money. I imagine it's a poorly programmed 80s CGI stacks of bricks imposed into the cells. Maybe. You can see the Technicolor at work, he says. But Skeletons say, been hearing dumping of gold overboard to cook the books and accounting for the slush funders in Congress. Dems, okay. There are Dems doing this. Tom goes on to say how these people walking, crawling, swimming thousands of miles to get here always got clean clothes and beer bellies when they get to the TV cameras on the what? For real?
Yeah, well, remember Rosie O'Donnell bitching when they sent all those immigrants to Martha's Vineyard?
Mm-hmm.
They had them for a day, they had a photo op, and they shipped them out to an abandoned Air Force base.
That's crazy.
Backyard.
I think that happened on my birthday. What a present that was. Okay. Tom Landry said, to this day, the only negative thing common people say about Orange Man is dumb tweets. As old as he is, that's the go-to move. He shouldn't be tweeting. It's dumb. In a way, he probably shouldn't be tweeting. It's dumb. But, it's different from other presidents before him. Because other presidents would always use the Associated Press and the media and shit to get their little words across. Now, everything is in real time. That is, kind of the curse in social media, but the blessing in social media. They tell on themselves.
It's still good to be the king.
Yeah, that's how that works.
Everything rolls downhill from the king. You know that.
Tom Landry saying, can a super rich man really be that squeaky clean? Cannot the liars come up with more than that? Yeah, you got a point there. Now, Skeletons say, only conjecture. Suppositions and assumptions is what the Trump derangement syndrome affected can denounce Orange Man with. Never facts, receipts, and credible testimonies, which are they're devoid of. We know this. AB say, gold's not the only thing they keep in there. Probably other metals, AB. Probably other metals.
That and dirt on other dirty politicians.
Yeah. Blackmail has a value of its own, too.
Yeah.
It has a value of its own.
Hillary will never spend a day in jail. She knows where the bodies are buried.
Oh, yeah. She's been knowing where the bodies were buried ever since Mina. Right, Hilly? You got it. Skeletons say, the Federal Reserve is a private company, of course. How does that make sense as being the core of the value of the dollar issued by the government of the U.S.? I'm missing something. This is so that they can tightrope, Skelly. This is so that they can tightrope on the line of public, private, public sector, private sector, government, corporate.
A proxy shell corporation.
There you go.
Maintain plausible deniability.
That's it. When you get that far down, plausible deniability is actually their currency. Tom Landry says, because the government don't issue money to small hat crew overseas. That, yeah. How you doing, Rothschilds? Anyway, AB say, Wolf of Wall Street, and he gets it from the movie. He's quoting it. It's a wazi. It's a woozy. It's fairy dust. It simply does not exist.
That's
Yo.
what I think about crypto. Between
Yeah?
you and your crypto is 10 people. And if the power goes out, it's a wish, nothing more.
It's a cryptographic fiat currency. Still fiat. But we're in a currency race. This is like them looking for the atomic bomb back in the 40s. Who is going to come up with first the gold backed important data? How I mentioned earlier, and this all ties it into a bow, I hope. How are you going to get the gold there and the data as valuable as it is, as valuable as gold is, as valuable as data is, cryptography, and put it all together and mush it up in together? Will it be China, Russia with BRICS, or will it be the West, EU, us, United States?
But it's still only worth what someone's willing to pay. If you and I are in an alley and I hand you a silver coin as opposed to an electronic device with crypto, which one you going to take?
Yep. You just summed up what is the crypto race right now. The currency race right now. That's what we're looking at today, guys. Now, it's above your pay grade. Literally above all our pay grades. But this is how they're getting that pay grade together. Reading. I'll just hop on that right there. I made the wrench in here, you fool.
No. I'm not worthy.
Hey, much love to y'all, man. Keep doing what y'all doing, my psychonauts out there. You know what I'm saying? We out there collecting this data, all that psychological operations and shit.
Tom Landry, if you have something I want, we're in the back alley. Do you want me to give you a traceable crypto coin or just something I take out of my pocket and put in your hand? That's the difference.
Or shit. You put a wish in one hand, shit in the other, see which one of them two things that fill up faster.
Yeah, but a coin of any value is still better than an electronic dream.
That's what it is. Cryptography and the speculative asset that Bitcoin is, that any type of cryptocurrency is. It is moving in slowly as being the new fiat currency. But look at the world economic battle here between the West and the BRICS nations. The BRICS nations, that's China, that's Russia, that's Iran, that's South Africa, believe it or not, fellas. What they're trying to do, okay, they're getting sick and tired of the West being the world's police and sending in economic hitman like they've been sending over the years, and they're tired of that shit. Why can't we have a playing field, a sport, if you will, to be meritocratic, to trade the most resources, to be the most lucrative companies and governments with higher how you say this, with higher standards of living. Yeah, I see you there, Win. I'm about to go ahead and top this off right here, but before we do,
everybody plays by the rules, and you never touched on corporate espionage.
Oh, there are private spooks, fellas.
Yeah, I know.
Matter of fact, there have been private spooks long before we had government spooks, long before we had an intelligence agency. And guess what? Those guys that started those intelligence agencies in government were private spooks.
Since the Industrial Revolution.
Yep. You know, all it would take is for people to really think about it. They completely lose their shit.
Well, there's the thinking about it, and there's the losing its shit, or somewhere in between where they don't do a fucking thing at all.
Like like what's gonna happen right now.
Yes, we're in the midst of it. Yep. Collapse the currency, a day's wage for a handful of grain, and don't touch the wine.
I've already told y'all about the Devil's Chessboard a few shows back. The Devil's Chessboard book by David Talbot. And I'm also getting on some of those other books as well. But I've also read a book called Dark Alliance. And this is by Gary Webb. And Gary Webb uncovers the Iran-Contra thing, the crack epidemic, and how they both had something in common. And I'm watching that Kill the Messenger movie as well. I think Tom Hardy was in it. I don't know. But if I can get time off.
It's all by design. Long before we even thought about it. This was pumped into the pipeline decades ago.
Oh, yeah. Now the question is, are you going to do something about it?
No, you're gonna do about it. Ain't nothing you can do about it. This comes from the top down, and we ain't in that club.
Okay.
George Carlin.
Maybe so.
You know,
Maybe
the crazy thing about it is if even if you do try, if somebody does, a group of people does try to do something about it, all they got to do is just send their goddamn infiltrators in there, or send their daggone.
Or the trained dogs, the bootlickers. They'll take care of you quick.
Right. Unless you find the bootlickers, you basically got to track them down, and they're hard to track down.
Well, they got legions, and they got unlimited budget, and it's just us.
Yep. And the thing is like, I'm beginning to understand why why a whole bunch of people are just basically just living off the grid.
Oh, I'm gearing up for it myself. California's got the biggest underground economy in the nation. And I tapped into it 2 years ago. And I'm going to go buy land in Texas. I was going to just move. Now I'm looking at land. I'm going to put a big fence up.
Yep.
And like I said, it's a good old boys network, and we ain't in it. We just the peons to run the machines, to get your loaf of bread, to send you home for the day.
And to be honest with you, the way I see it, and that's why I don't have any kids.
Oh, myself, hell. I've been a MGTOW monk going on a decade.
Look, I'm
MGTOW, give them nothing.
13 years, 13, almost 14 years. Like I said, they can't make me have kids.
That's right.
Yet.
Well, when they put me in the box, first they got to get me to the box. And well, there's a little bit of space between here and there.
Yeah. The thing is like I said, I don't got any kids, and they can't make me have kids. You know. So they don't got nothing. They don't got nothing. Both of my parents are dead.
Yeah, mine too. MGTOWs are ungovernable. We don't apply. You can't insult us. You can't force us. I've been
So what they gonna do when there ain't enough kids to run the machine?
They just imported a few million, if you saw that.
Oh yeah. And eventually somebody, the next generation is gonna wonder why the American dream isn't here. And then they're gonna want to go back, huh?
That's gonna disappear like a puff of smoke. When you
Right.
live in a grass hut with a dirt floor and you can get a few shekels and live in a nice shiny house, what are you gonna do? I mean,
That's a good question.
you take a man that lives on poverty level and you put some nice shiny shoes on him, put some clean clothes on him, and give him a bunch of bus tokens, and you give him a 9 to 5 and let him have his weekend fun. What do you think they're gonna do?
Did you know that the human body isn't designed to work as long as we do in this current day?
Oh, I know. Japan has got men and women dying on the subways from exhaustion. That was an epidemic
Exactly.
just years ago.
Isn't that still an epidemic?
Yeah, they're still having problems with it. Now China's facing that, but I trace that to what they call gutter oil. If you know anything about gutter oil.
And the crazy thing about it is all these people that come over here are going to see the same thing. Going to see the same thing.
But not for a while. They'll run the charade for a while, long enough to replace you and me. And then
like I said, what happens when you run out of people to import?
They'll start creating them. Japan and China both have artificial wombs. They've been toying with that for decades now. They can make a human in a jar.
I'm not messing with the artificial womb. I'm not going to give them access to my DNA.
Right, but they can when you hit the pearly gates, what are you going to leave? What are you going to leave behind?
Nothing.
And well, unless you incinerate yourself, yes, that's one way. But they can harvest sperm from dead people, my friend.
For how long?
Well, it depends on how quick they kill them. And if you've got a FEMA camp, 6,000-7,000 in it, I don't see a problem.
Yeah, you might want to get your vasectomies now.
Oh, I got that 25 years ago. I've been shooting blanks for 20 years.
Yep. Get your vasectomies now. Because the crazy thing about it is artificial wombs. What do they need to make an artificial womb? They need sperm and an egg, right?
Yep.
Where are they getting the egg from?
Women have been freezing them for 50 years. See, the body parts, China's having this problem. Americans and foreigners going to China and waking up without a kidney. And that's not the hard part. You can harvest humans very easy. It's not that hard when you think that dark and deep.
Wow.
Yeah.
So the rich are gonna be our downfall, are gonna be our hubris.
Pretty much. It's you're seeing it in real time.
Yeah.
They're just rubbing out the small ones so the big ones can survive. Like I told Soap earlier, it reminds me of the 20s mobsters. All the big mobsters make hits. Escobar did the same thing. He wanted to run the dope to America, so he rubbed out all the other cartels. Big dog on the block. He gets his slice of the cake first.
Yep. That sounds like about what's happening right to this day.
Yep.
I'm gonna I'm gonna let you. So I'm gonna let Soap go so that he can sleep.
Yeah, I go. I know myself. He sounds like he's petering out.
All right. So,
but no matter how dark you think it is, it's a lot worse than that.
All right. So, did it you?
Hey, Soap!
Did it you? Kick him in the dance.
He might be shaking off the chicken.
Probably.
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah, like the fish got news. Yeah, he's probably pinching a loaf.
Yep. It's done. And when I got on, it was like, oh. Do not go in that restroom, because I would like to send you an alert not to do it. Just... Do not do it.
Don't light a match. It'll go up in a white flash.
Oh, yeah. He's not lying.
All right.
Like
so,
yeah.
I'm gonna let you go.
Hey, fellas. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, thank you two, definitely, for, discussing with me, the geopolitics side of it, and even the deep state side of it with what's going on. I'm surprised YouTube is even letting this shit happen. I'll be hella surprised if I see that I can actually download this shit.
Yeah, I was waiting. I was wondering when it was going to go blank.
Shit. I'll be surprised if that even fucking happens. Which means I'm going to have to get back my new text and everything, because I lost it this week. Damn.
Yeah, ask Outlaw Hammer. Yeah, even undead.
Oh yeah, for those that have been kicking it with the soap, the things is ready to go. You're already going to the speaking of the alt text or the alt channels or whatnot, you know what's coming up next. Damn! By Psychesoap. If you have not seen that shit yet, fellas, I can go ahead and call it. I'm okay with doing that. It's not a problem.
You gonna
still keep going or what? I don't give a fuck.
You gonna do a backstage or an after party?
Well, shit, I don't care.
Well, we've been beating this dead horse for 3 hours now.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, and thank you for putting up with my bullshit.
No, man. You were actually, you and Win have probably filled in some of the gaps I was wondering about throughout the week as to what the fuck they're doing with this. Because right now, as we speak, I know they're sending out economic hitman.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
If you reduce it to its simplest terms, it's probably where it's at.
Yep.
I'm the big dog. You're the little dog. Either get in line or you're lunch.
Yep.
Shit. If you are not at the table, you are on the fucking menu. Hey, yo, for everyone here, this is Psychesoap. Thank you, fellas, that have been in here. You know who the fuck you are. I've been shouting you out for the last few damn shows. Hey, there's Timmy!
Mr. Soap, thank you. And Mr. Wynn, pleasure to make your acquaintance, sir.
10-4.
Roger the 8s and 3s with a hug and a squeeze. We 10-10.
Keep the shiny side up and keep an eye on your 6.
Yep, keep between the ditches and keep the shiny side up. We be turning double nickels 10 per. We down.
Yep, you're right. Let's go.
you. Beat you now.
So, Psychesoap. 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 Psychesoap.
You like my singing? Yeah. Now, what we gonna do? We're gonna mellow it out again. Do-do-do-do. Yeah. Do-do-do-do. Time, all right? Do-do-do-do. 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 That's how I do it. That's what I want. I've got soap. You know that I do what I want. Yeah. I'll get you. Beat you. Get you. Stepping on the show. Yeah. I'm so.
Psychesoap. Psychesoap. Psychesoap.
Come on now.
Psychesoap. 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 Psychesoap.
You better like this song.
Psychesoap. 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 Psychesoap.
From Psychesoap, the new controversial series that is too hot for YouTube. We've got little fails.
What the heck? Are you serious?
Damn! And we've got big fails too.
Yo soy muy mal educado, mano. Extraño, ¿cómo te llamas tú?
Papi, Fabián Guerrero.
Amor mío, ¿y cómo te llamas tú?
Miguel.
So prepare yourself mentally for the edge of your gaming chair. Presented by Psychesoap, it's the things that make you go. Damn! Available on these alternative platforms, listed below in the description of this video.
Are you brothers getting pushback from Susie Q and her minions on the main channel? Well, it's high time you get a red-pilled platform like MGTOW.tv. Well, this site has all of my meditations as well as an accessible playlist to enjoy them in succession, as they were intended for your smart device or your computer. So go to MGTOW.tv/@Psychesoap and bookmark the website on your favorite browser to get started today. Start up my playlist called MGTOW Self-Directed Warfare. Subscribe to that channel and like each video as it plays. Donate to channel improvements in the description links below, right? Big up to my man Menace. Oh, shit. What's the beeping sound? Okay. So I got Pictionary Jr. and them roasting in my oven, man. Don't worry about that. But get me to 1,000 subs to make these hoes mad. Hoes mad.
From Psychesoap, the new controversial series that is hot for YouTube. We've got little fails. Damn! And we've got big fails too. So prepare yourself mentally for the edge of your gaming chair. Presented by Psychesoap, it's the things that make you go. Damn! Available on these alternative platforms, listed below in the description of this video.
providers? Well, I'm one of them, and thank goodness for Anchor. Everything for podcast listeners and creators is here. Phone, tablet, or your computer. Download the Anchor app or go to anchor.fm to get started. Share my podcast to men that need a red pill. Favorite it if you stumbled upon this channel and made it this far. Subscribe to my backup channels. Donating is optional. I have a Cash App and no, I won't Angry MGTOW you. Are you brothers getting pushback from Susie Q and her minions on the main channel? Well, it's high time you get a red-pilled platform like MGTOW.tv. Well, this site has all of my meditations as well as an accessible playlist to enjoy them in succession, as they were intended for your smart device or your computer. So go to MGTOW.tv/@Psychesoap and bookmark the website on your favorite browser to get started today. Start up my playlist called MGTOW Self-Directed Warfare. Subscribe to that channel and like each video as it plays. Donate to channel improvements in the description links below, right? Big up to my man Menace. Oh, shit. What's the beeping sound? Okay. So I got Pictionary Jr. and them roasting in my oven, man. Don't worry about that. But get me to 1,000 subs to make these hoes mad. Hoes mad.